Hey guys, I don't know about your time, but it's 2 p.m. and we are going to start. So we'll start the basics. Basics in a sense of Fibonacci basics. How do I draw my Fibonacci's? How do I find my swing points? What do I look for when I'm plotting my Fibonacci? The first thing is the coordinates that I use for the Fibonacci are here. These are the coordinates that I use that you see on your screen right now. This is what I use. I will post this into our WhatsApp group after we are done with the webinar. So if you don't have it, this is being recorded. Don't worry about it. You could go back and look at it. Yet I'll post it into the group. These are the levels that I use for upside and downsides on my Fibonacci. I do not change these at all. They stick with me till I do my till I guess I'm done with my trading career, right? They're gonna be there. I don't do any changes on this. Now, how do I plot my Fibonacci? Now, the first thing, a lot of people come down to 5 minutes and say, I'm gonna start plotting my Fibonacci on this 5 minute. What are you gonna do from here on this 5 minutes? You can't do anything here. The basic of the Fibonacci, you have to start from your weekly, right? So you go to your weekly indicator. The first thing that you want to do is look at your past swing high and the past swing low. Now, this is the Nifty 50. This is the spot index. I do not plot my levels on futures, as the premiums are sometimes in premium on the positive side and sometimes on the negative side, which is the discount part of it. I only plot my levels on spot. Anything that has to do with spot, I plot my levels. Other than that, I do not use futures at all. So here you see a couple of swing highs. This is the all-time high that the Nifty made, which is around what, 18,600. Then it came down on the swing low. Now in this process, am I going to plot Fibonacci? I will, but does it give me a reference point where the market is going to go? No, right? Why? And I'll tell you in a second. This is the high point of it, so I'm going to take the high point of my Fibonacci, and this I'm going to assume. I'm going to assume this was the low point, so I'm going to drop my low point on the Fibonacci here. Thus, these are the levels that I get. Where do I make my entry? If I want to do a breakout entry, I have to wait for closing above this, which is the 0.80 of the Fibonacci. If it closes and follows through, I'll take an up trade. That will give me a breakout. Since it didn't do, it did a fake one and it fell on the downside. Right? Can I be reliable on this? I have to stick to my guns with it. Right now, if I come down on the low time frame after the weekly, then it comes down to the daily. Now the daily we plotted up here, which is the weekly high, swing high we took, and the swing low. On the daily, you could see that since this was the swing low point here, assuming that it closes up with the 0.3 of the Fibonacci, which is right here, 0.3 of the Fibonacci, and you could enter on the closing highs above it. So if I zoom in here, this is the area that you want to start focusing on and take a trade on it as a swing trade of your dailies. Once it closes above this 0.3, which is 17,068, I'll look at it, and when the highs of that candle here is taken out, I'll enter my swing trade area. So the highs of it was here on this candle. So I'll mark it off as such. Once it's above that, I'll take my swing high. What would be my stop loss? Stop loss would be just below that white line of 17,068. That would be my stop loss. Few points below that. What is few points? 25, 30 points. That's about it. Nothing more than that on a closing basis. If it closes below this, 17,068, 25, 30 points, I'll exit my position of that swing. I'll take that loss. If it re-enters it again, then as long as this swing low is not broken, I'll continue to take that trades off here, not here. Over here, I'll start doing my swing trades on the higher side. So that's one point over here. And you could keep on riding it until it hits that. Now on the higher side, if I zoom out of it, the next level it's suggested, if it had a breaking out from the all-time highs, it would have touched 19,960. Right? Since it didn't do that, which is the high here, since it didn't do that, it came back on you. Right? Your trailing stop loss somewhere around here. It depends on your risk appetite. Somewhere in here, you would have been hit. That would have closed your trade. Now, when it's coming down here, do you enter right back here? No, you have to wait for that closing. Here, that closing happened on this candle. which is right here, the highs of. Then again, you have to wait for the highs of that candle to cross. Once it does that, then you could enter it. Until it doesn't cross that, you cannot enter that, right? So highs of that candle, you have to mark it again. Once that high is taken out, take that trade. Your stop loss again is below that Fibonacci 0.3, 17,068, few points below that, that's your stop loss. If it hits, you're out of the game. So eventually, if you could have exited here by few points, you could not have. Your trailing stop loss would have been hit, whatever the case. Did you make money? Not much. Did you break even? Maybe so. Did you take a loss? Risk appetite takers would have taken some loss here. Right? It depends on your risk appetite on what you want to do. How do you want to handle it? Do you want to make 5,000? It's okay. If you are willing to make 5,000, then you're willing to lose 5,000. That's your risk appetite. If I'm willing to make 50,000, then I'm going to risk the 50,000 on losing on that. That's up to an individual, and that I cannot define for every single person in here. That you have to find your own niche on what your risk appetite is. Okay, so that's one point. So if this didn't work out, and it worked out, it came flat and whatsoever. Now, that's how you do your swing points on it. So we'll come back to the weekly one now on it. Now, here are your swing points highs on your weekly. Here's one, here's two, here's three, and the recent one is still in the progress. Why it's in the progress? Because it hasn't taken out this high. This high hasn't taken out this side. This high hasn't taken out this side. You did the same process on the lower side. This is your swing low. Here's your swing low. And here's your swing low. Now you got your swing highs and swing lows in perspective. The ones that you want to focus on, which is a swing high of the most recent one, right here. This is the one. Why this one? Because this one has not taken out this one. Yet on the downside, it has broken this swing low and fallen. So this becomes your swing high. This is your swing low. Now that we know that the market has moved up, so this is your swing low. Your plotting would be from this point, from this candle on highs to this candle's on low. This is your plotting on your Fibonacci. After identifying your swing highs and swing lows. Now your swing highs and swing lows, you want to identify it on your weekly chart first, not on your daily charts. You have to stick with your higher time frames. Once you start doing that, then we could go on to the lower time frames and see whether things are working out. This is a weekly candle that closed above that 70 on the Fibonacci 30 at 16,062. Now, if you come back on the daily on it, you'll notice something. Here's the closing of it. Here's the high of it. This is where you're supposed to take your trade. You took your trade, eventually came down, and you got stopped out. Again, you have to re-enter that trade. And above this candle, you have to take that re-entry. Again, you have to put in that stop loss just below this for a swing trade. For a swing trader. Now, intraday, what I rely on, we'll come back to on intraday. This is the basic. From where do you start your swing points from? From your weekly, then you work down to your daily. Now, can you do this on your daily as your swing points? You can, but be careful on what I'm going to show you now. On your daily, this is your high up here on the swing points. This is the low swing point here. This high has not been taken out. This low has been taken out down here. So now this is your swing low, and all of a sudden this swing high becomes your high point. Now, if you take your Fibonacci from this high to this low, you'll get your entry point at 15,666 as your entry point, just above that. So above this candle's high, this is your entry point at 15,749. Your stop loss would be in somewhere between 15,666. So this is your entry would have been 749, 750. Your stop loss is just below that Fibo 0.3, which is 15,666. This candle on the closing basis, it did not close below that Fibo 15,666. That is the risk you have to take on. So when you're doing your swing position trades on, your stop losses are based on your daily closes. Now, sometimes this could actually be deadly. Your stop loss would have been just below 15,666, and you assume that let me keep a 30-point stop loss just below 15,666, so it comes down to 15,636, 35. All of a sudden, the market closes 200 points below your stop loss. What do you do now? That is the risk you have to take on, right? That is the risk you have to take on. And if you had taken on, it would have went further down. It would have stopped you out even on your 200-point stop loss. If you had kept, it would have stopped you out. But the closing part, those who hung on to that trade and waited for the entire day and let it close, it closed above that. The closing of this candle was 15,511. I'm sorry, 15,752, right? Which is above the point three of the Fibonacci, which is at 15,666. So you're safe. So your next target would be point 0.6. When it comes to that point 0.6, you could do two things. Now, if you have multiple lots, you could book half and just start doing the trailing stop loss. Now, let's assume you only took one lot here and you're waiting for the setup to work out and hit this. What do you do with that single lot? Do you exit? No, you do a trailing stop loss. So if you do a trailing stop loss somewhere between here or there, you might have been stopped out. Let the market stop you out. Don't force your trades to stop you out. Follow your setup, put in your stop loss, let the market do the talking. In intraday, even if you, let's say, let's assume this candle, which is the July 1st. Let me put down on the low time frame. Watch how much volatility is there on July 1st. Right, so this is the July 31st. It came down, then it closed on the higher side. This is the volatility that you have to stick by. Now, when you're plotting your Fibonacci's of your weeklies, then you're working on your way down to your dailies, keep your Fibonacci's plotted on your screen. Don't remove them. This will help you on an intraday basis. And I'll show you that part of it too, that how do you handle this volatility in intraday. Certain things that DJ has been teaching us as per wicks, we could follow that. The other thing that you want to do is, if you want to do it, you follow an RSI on a 30 minutes. RSI on a 30 minutes. Nothing less than that for intraday. If the RSI is going below your 30s on here, you could hang on to that trade. Why? Because that's eventually going to make that U-turn. Eventually. Now, the ratio on this is good 80% of the times after it hits on the lower side of the RSI 30 on a 30-minute time frame. Generally, 80% of the times it makes that U-turn. And I'll show you those aspects too, right? Don't want to mix up the two things right now, but I'll show you the RSI part of it as well. So this is the volatility that you saw on your daily basis on July 1st. Now, if you do that daily on the same candle, many of would have been stopped out if you would have hung on to it. If you look at your RSI on your daily at the same time, it was about the 30 maintaining it. All you saw was the volatility that happened, scaring the crap out of you. Oh my God, it's going to hit the bottom. It's going to break the lows. I don't know what the market's going to go. The panic was set into you. Don't let the markets scare the crap out of you. Hang on to your trades, put in your stop loss, let the market do the talking. Don't be scared. Majority of the time when traders get scared, the number one factor is oversized placing of their orders. So if my capacity is of buying two lots of Nifty, all of a sudden now I think, I have funds in my account, the market looks bullish to me. You know what? I'm not gonna buy two lots. I'm gonna buy 10 lots today. Why? Because it's here today. I'm gonna make that quick buck out of it. Now I'm gonna get the hell out of it. Next thing you know, you're getting wiped out. Don't overtrade. Use your capital to the best ability. So if you have a capital of 5 lakhs, don't go with 10, 15 lots into it just because your brokers providing you that 5x and 10x leverage to you. Don't do that. Right? Stick with your own leverage. Don't leverage yourself. That's the main thing in trading. Do not over leverage yourself. So if you have to buy 2 lots and be happy with it, be happy with it. Building a base of capital is the hardest part in the market. Once you start doing that, then eventually after 6 months, 9 months, you could scale up your quantities step by step. Not at one go. You don't want to become a billionaire overnight. You want to do it steadily, nicely, smoothly. You have to be persistent into the game. You cannot be saying, "Oh, I made 20,000 one day, and next day I lost 30,000. The next day I made 25,000." You didn't make anything. You're stressing yourself out. You're letting your broker make all the money, and you're taking that extra burden of load on yourself. So don't do that, right? So do not over leverage. So this is the one point. So this is your swing high now. All of a sudden, you have noticed that recently our markets have been going pretty well for the past week at least. This swing high has been taken out, right? So if somebody was carrying their position and hanging on to it on a single lot, you would have been stopped out. Multiple lots, couple of lots. So if you're doing two lots, one lot would have been stopped out. The other one you're still carrying, you're riding it until the next point comes to it. Now, of this Fibonacci, what we have drawn from this point to this point as a swing point, our next target comes at 17,789. There we'll review it. Now, in between, this is where price action comes in, right? In between, what happens is this is the resistance zone. 1 second. This is where it's going to hit the resistance in this zone. So between 17,400 and 17, roughly say 300. This is not the exact drawing, but you could understand what I'm trying to show you. This is where it's going to hit the resistance. Now, why? Here's the explanation. This resistance zone, some accumulation here happened, then it broke out on the upside. Fine. When it came down, this is the breakdown point. It's coming back into it, falling, coming back into it, falling. So this zone will act as a resistance going further. If this has to be taken out, eventually it will take out. But when it has to take out this zone, it has to gap up above it. We should be somewhere around 17,450, 500. It has to gap above it. Then it could go on to hit that 17,800 zone. Okay. So this is where price action comes in. So when you're looking at price action, after you do your Fibonacci, after you're doing your trades, look to the left where the resistance is coming in. Can we take this as resistance right here? Anybody, can we take this point as resistance? If you guys participate while I'm trying to show you something, it would be much helpful. Your doubts would be cleared. Many other things could happen in here, right? So if you have a doubt, I'm asking a question right now. Can we consider this as a resistance zone? Anyone?
Yes, boy.
Why? Why can we consider this as a resistance zone? Tell me now.
Yeah, previously they trapped the buyers there, and they from there they brought the market down. So, and
Okay.
to the left
So
side, you see it has been taken as a lot of supports there. So, and that's why I see it as a resistance.
correct. So if you go a little further on the left side, so if you draw this channel, what happens here? Okay. Let me lower this down. Now is it visible that this was the resistance zone? Why? Because it was pushing itself up from here, and on the downside, it was pushing itself on the downside. Here it created that gap and it fell. It's coming back into the zone. Again, it resisted and it fell. This time again, it came over there, resisted, came back to the support on Fibonacci and popped up. In order for them to take out a strong resistance zone, they need to gap up. And here you see that gap up happening. Not the perfect one, not exactly above the highs open, very close to it. They gapped up, and all you saw on Thursday and Friday was just a run up on the markets, 200 points each day. For them to take out any resistance points, they have to gap up above it. Only then they will be able to do a follow up like this. Now, again, the market eventually, probably Monday or Tuesday, it's going to come into this zone and it's going to start resisting and it's going to come down. It'll do a pullback. It'll try to fill up this gap here, which it made on Friday. It'll try to fill up this gap.
By
But should it
by
fill up
one
the gap?
small doubt,
Yes.
thing is
Go.
that if it is
What was your question?
only thing is if it is hitting that 17,400 in a gap up, and if it is sustaining on a 30-minute time frame continuously, then can we consider that bullishness as a sustained one, or should we look for another consecutive one or two 30-minute candles to confirm that? And
Good question. Now, let's say that on Monday morning we gap up into this zone. What do we do as a trader? We can't do anything,
correct,
right? Now, all of a sudden, you have to drop down on your 30 minutes,
correct.
right? Change your time frame, and all of a sudden, you have to come back and see where your RSI is sitting. your RSI is a little overstretched. I'm not, and be careful what I'm trying to say here. Don't take your trades off the RSI on what I'm showing. Okay? You could believe me, or if you do your practice after I show you, observe it, then take your trades, you'll make money. That I guarantee. But you need to observe it, understand it, then take your
No,
trades.
no, no. But one thing I did not understand is,
Yes,
for example, sometimes price correction happens, sometimes time corrections happens.
right.
If we say in last 1 year, time correction has happened more than price correction actually. Uh, so
Actually,
what I was trying
both
to ask you is,
Actually, both happened over the night, past
sorry, man.
6, 7 months. Timing-wise correction we had, and at the same time we had price-wise correction. Why? Because majority of the stocks from their highs did fall 40, 50% on the downside. So you had a time-wise correction and you had a price-wise correction. They were simultaneously going at the same time.
Correct.
There were a few outstanding stocks, but we can't rely on those, right?
When this
So
30
please,
minutes when this 30 minutes RSI, if it is crossing 70,
right?
do we need to trail with a tight stop loss, or
Yes.
we need to see respective, go on to a weekly Fibonacci instead of that, and see the support and hold on to the
Right.
point 6
So,
or point 3
right.
pips.
Okay. So I get your point now. So if you're looking at your RSI on your 30 minutes and you want to start doing your trading stop loss, you have to come back to your daily, right? And when you see it on your daily, where's your Fibonacci
Okay,
sitting?
so daily time frame.
Right. So obviously, the current situation in your market is 17,200, and your Fibonacci support is all the way down at 16,471. That's almost what, 5, 7, 5, 6, 700 points away from it. So
That's
obviously,
almost
you're not
for
going to
yeah,
700
almost
points, right?
4%.
Right. So you're not going to keep your stop loss that far. So you're going to revise it and come back since you did your homework and everything. This was the breakout point that had happened, right? This swing high. This swing high got broken into. So can we keep a stop loss here? You can. Now again, that stop loss comes into at somewhere around 16,800. It's at that's still 400 points away from it, more than 1% on your Nifty. Your basic stop loss right now should be on this candle right here. On the highs, just a few points below that. Just a few points below 16,950. What they will try
Okay,
to
instead
do
of
is
taking the lower end of the candle, take the higher end of the
yes,
candle, right?
right, because this is the gap filling. Now you cannot take the exact point is 69.47. You cannot keep your stop loss there
Yeah,
because they'll
15 to
hunt you.
20 points here and there.
Right, right. They'll hunt you down for this. That's for
It
sure.
will just come
Right?
and hit and go.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
what you want to do is
correct.
you want to stay away from it at least good 25, 30 points away from this, from 947. And that's where you want to keep your stop loss in on your trailing stop loss. Now, if you come Monday morning and you buy into this zone, you're gonna get hit for sure. Anybody who buys in on the gap of tomorrow morning of 50, 60 points and buys in, you're gonna get in trouble tomorrow. Why? Because all of a sudden you're not noticing what's happening to the left of it. The resistance points are there, two of them, one and
Correct.
two. Right? So people are gonna get trapped. Plus the market is overheated, continuously going on this on the upside. Not saying the market cannot go up further from here on. It will, but it needs to cool off a little bit. Right? You cannot have a one-way rally. What happens in a one-way rally? What happens in a one-way rally? This is the rally after a
Things
good, very good
things will get
consolidation with them.
overstretched.
Overstretch anything, and all of a sudden they dump everything down. Dump, 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 dump. Right? We don't want that. In order for us to see a healthy market, we want to see a minor correction happening. 150, 200 points on the downside on your Nifty. We want to see that. That is more healthier for the markets to go up on the higher side. You have your one-way rally, you're going to get butchered at any given time, right? So
Yes,
I,
got
I
it.
don't know if everybody's trying to understand. The first thing that you want to do is look at your swing points on your weekly, right? Once you identify your weekly swing highs and swing lows, then you want to come down to your daily. This is your swing high. This is your swing low right here. Plot your Fibonacci levels on your swing points only. If you're not sure of your swing points, always look to the left. You'll see it. It's very visible. I mean, forget about individual. Forget about Nifty. I could go on to any stock and show it to you. This is grasping, for example, like a cock. This is grasping on your daily. This is your swing high. This is your swing low. This swing low has been violated. Okay? Then it came down. In between,
Correct.
that swing high is maintained, and this is your swing low now. Immediately, what I'll do is I'll take my Fibonacci, take the high swing point here, and drop it to the lowest point of that swing, which is down here. Now, the entire move that it did here, from let's say 1290 to all the way up to 1400, would I be willing to take a trade? Technically, no. Technically, I would not take that trade unless if I'm following my Fibonacci. Once my Fibonacci crossed that point three up here, this candle's high, I would mark it off. I'll take my trade, keep my stop loss just below that Fibonacci 1443, few points below that. This is my swing trade active and it's well aligned. All I have to do is just keep on trailing and following it, nothing else. No hanky panky. Oh, I don't know if Grasim's gonna do bad. Oh, Sri Cement had bad results, so this is gonna fall. No, I don't look at it. I follow the individual chart, and that's how you do it. Now, at the same time, if you had to look at your RSI on your daily basis, it's dropping, and then after that, it's dropping. It's making continuous low. But look at the lows of this RSI right here on May 16th. 1 second.
Correct.
Right? So the May 16th reading was
And it is making a
24.71.
continuous lower lows.
Yeah, that's fine. And once you establish that it's making the RSI is making higher highs on it, the higher points, and not breaking the lows, you want to start deploying your money. Nothing wrong with it. As a trader,
By on
can you do it?
26th May, on 26th May, I think there is a divergence also on RSA, right?
Yeah, there is. There is. On the 26th, there is. On here, it is. Up here, it is. There are many divergences that are happening. But that comes in as a delivery, not as a trader. As a trader, I'm following my swing points. This is my swing high. This is my swing low. I'm waiting beautifully on the sidelines for it to cross that Fibo point 3. Once it does that, closes above it, the high of that candle, I mark it off. Once it crosses that, I take my swing trade. Right? The high of this
Got
candle,
it.
once it crosses it, I take my swing trade at 1464. I keep my stop loss just below that 1443, which is roughly 25, 30 points on the lower side as my stop loss. Not a big deal. If I'm taking a swing trade and if I'm willing to take a percent and a half, 2% as my stop loss, it's beautiful. Absolutely nothing wrong here, right?
Right. One more
And
question.
say
Like,
huge rally of almost 15%.
Right. So managing your trade is very difficult. Why? Because we look for many components into the market. While Grasim is doing well, we'll look at Ultratech, we'll look at Abuja, we'll look at ACC, we'll look at Sri Cement. They might be underperforming. That doesn't mean this guy's going to underperform, right? As a sector wise, we could look at it and see where the sector is moving. Like DJ points us out to it. Okay, the cement sector will do well after August. Fine. There we have to find our levels. Where do we enter? Where do we take that swing trade in? Right? DJ has a vision of looking
Yeah,
ahead of
got
the
it. By
markets.
first, first we will screen the sector, and based in that sector, we will go stockwise and see which one is going to catch the momentum initially first, and based on that, we will enter the trade.
Right. So just before that swing high I just showed, the swing high on Grassini was up here prior to that one, right? So if I take that swing high over here
1929.
and swing low here, this is where my entry comes in. Consolidation, you got stopped out, fine, no problem. You re-enter that stock again, boom, it got you favorable. And look how beautifully it's hitting that. 0.80, boom, came back, fell below, kept on going down the downside. Now on the reverse side, you can do the same thing. This was your swing high, this was your swing low. It got violated, this made the swing low. So this is your swing high and this is your swing low. If somebody wants to do a reverse trade, all you have to do is take the swing low of this point and then plot the Fibonacci on swing high. See where it's breaking down. From 60 below, it broke down and kept on falling down on the lower side. On the lower side, it should have went all the way down to 1084. It didn't. It consolidated pretty well over here. Now that consolidation zone, if you look at further down on the left side, beautiful line here. And you could see it, the highs and lows of it, right?
Yeah, correct.
Consolidation
So
broke
the
out, came
previous
back, retested, and
FIBO
bought.
will give us the idea to put a stop loss initially, and the present FIBO will give us the price where to enter.
Stop loss is only according to me. I mean, remember, guys, I'm not an expert. This is what I have learned from my experience. Stop loss is only
Ah,
your risk appetite,
but that
right?
is working by.
It's
No, no,
working.
no. But initially, it's working fine because in the earlier FIBO which you have pointed, it has perfectly obeyed the stop loss, and above that, it has started firing. So
Right.
basically, it is working over there.
So it goes hand in hand. You follow your Fibos, your trailing stop losses, and your stop losses are based on your risk appetite. How much do I want to make? Now, I'll give you a perfect example of Bajaj Finance. I had a long trade in. I exited the next day, it popped up 10% on me. Was I comfortable to exit my trade prior to it popped up 10%? I'm very okay with it. I made my money, right? Because I was into other stocks and mumbo jumbo here and there. I have to manage my own finances. I know what to do. I know where to get out. Was I happy? And I mentioned that I'm happy with my trade. I made almost 300 points out of it. I'm happy. Right? You, as an individual, have to know your limits. Where do you want to get out? After DJ exited Bajaj Finance, it still shot up a lot. Was DJ wrong to exit at his place? No. DJ was comfortable what he made from it. He made 500 points. He was happy with it. He moves on to the next stock. Let's not get too obsessed. For example, after we exit a stock, it moves up 10, 20, 30%. Do not get trapped into that mindset. Let it move. There are so many other stocks that we could focus on and find a better opportunity. Probably even better than that we might get, of course. Be happy with what you made.
Yeah, yeah.
Right?
After getting a 10%, holding on for another 10% for 1 month will not make that much of a ROI, but rather taking a new stock, and if it is running in next 10 days for a 10%, it makes better ROI.
Right. So here's India Cement. This is a swing high, continuously making swing lows, and here's the swing low point of it. Even that got violated. Then this came across down here. Now, when these two swings happened, you can look at ERSI. There was a divergence happening. It was happening from May 12th.
Hmm.
Divergence and divergence. You could have taken this as your delivery, not as your trade. As your trade, you would have only have to take it at 172. Right? Keep a stop loss, and beautifully it works. So the main thing in Fibonacci is try to identify your swing points. And do not go on your swing points from your 30-minute time frame. No, that does not work. This is not going to tell you anything. This is absolutely not going to tell you anything. Rather stick to your daily chart or your weekly chart to plot your Fibonacci's on your swing points. We could take a couple of examples if you guys are still not comfortable with understanding Fibonacci's. This is the very basic of Fibonacci. You stick with your basics on your Fibonacci. Trust me, guys, you will do wonders. You will see results happening in less than I'm going to stretch myself. I think you will see results happening within a week. If you follow the basics of it, this is the basics. Swing highs and swing lows, plot your Fibonacci, wait patiently for it to happen, take your damn trade, and hang on to it. Maintain your trading stop loss. Trust me, it's going to work beautifully. What we as a trader
Got it.
try to do, we're like cats and dogs. We see a cat and we chase it. I'm a scalper. I'm the worst dog. I'm the biggest dog out there, probably. Any stock on my screen that pops up, I'm gonna chase it. But I have my setup. I know what I'm doing. I'm immediately scanning. I'm looking at my chart. My Fibos are plotted. I know where to go in. If I see it, I'll jump in. I'll bang it, and I'll trade it. When I'm comfortable to exit, I'll exit. I'm not gonna wait for the market to say, Jigs, we are gonna move another 1,000 points. Don't exit me here. No, Jigs gonna exit. I'm making my money. I'm gonna exit. That's me as an intraday scalper. I don't wait around, right? On a swing trades, I'll stretch it for a couple of days. Um, Perfect example is M&M Finance. I have
Just
taken,
just a second. Just a second. Can you just hold on to this chart? Just one
yeah,
question
yeah,
from
yeah.
my side.
Sure.
Yeah. At this point, at 185, I mean, there is a high which is coming, and then it is dropping down. So why can't we take this point as a swing high? Yeah, this one exactly. This is my question. So instead of
Okay, so this is not a swing high because it has not violated the swing high. Look at the gap it made. Look at the distances that it's traveled. Now, this swing high is very minor compared to the stock,
oh,
very minimal. Now, if you look on the left side, this is your resistance point right here, right? Making a base, then it's popping up. So this is resistance zone right there. So that cannot be a swing point. The swing points cannot be at your resistance. Do you see this? That's why it's prudent to look to the left and see what it's actually doing. So this was the resistance point. It came into that and it fell. The swing high is still there. Now, when it made this swing low, can I say this is the absolute swing low? No, I can't. But meanwhile, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my Fibonacci and plot it on that candle. I'm going to wait for that point 30 to cross. Did it cross here? It did not cross here. I'm not taking my trade. After the swing low, it came down here. So all I'm going to do is take my Fibonacci and drop it down here. Oh, come on. So once it broke that swing low, I'm going to drop it down here. Again, what I'm doing for my swing trade, I'm waiting patiently for it to cross at 172, which is the point 30 Fibo. Now, many people use that point 20 as a Fibo to cross it and take it. You can, but what I have noticed into the market that what I'll shoot in at 20 in here. Wait, let's shoot in at 20. After taking the swing points here and here, this is the 20. A lot of people do take it from that 20 and take that trade. I don't. Because what happens, I have noticed it at 20s, you get that stopped on multiple times, especially if the stock is going to start consolidating in that zone, right? So for that reason, I don't use that Fibo point 20. My comfort is point 30, point 60, point 80. And on the higher side, you can see it is all.
Also, the stop loss will be higher side
Yes.
from the red line entry. If we take a entry over there, the stop loss will also be high.
So if you take its entry here, which is around here.
Yeah, exactly. So we have to put the lower bottom, that doji, black doji, which is on 20th June. We have to put it as stop loss, which will be a little bit on a higher side. Correct.
So if you took your entry over here, your immediate stop loss comes down into this swing low. There's no question about
Correct.
it. You have
Almost
to
it
take
is
that swing low
10%.
there. Yeah, so 162 or zoom in 160 as your entry point. The stop loss is 15 points away from it. If you could digest it, go ahead and take it, right? But as an investor, have you ever taken this for deliveries? Damn sure. Easily, why not? Well, that's the key.
But the stop loss will be higher now by almost it's a 10% stop loss. Instead of that, after 0.3, the stop loss is minimal and it is consolidating and moving up.
Right. So when you doing your deliveries, generally we don't have stop losses on deliveries. Why? We are taking deliveries for a longer term of period, not 1 month, but we're taking minimum 1 year as a horizon.
If it is a delivery, if it is a delivery,
right? So,
it's a different thing. But for trading, it doesn't provide a good risk to reward.
no, absolutely. You're absolutely right. Now, here's one stock that everybody would love. Right?
Usually the volume comes up after the Fibonacci 0.3, right? So that's why the traders are looking more active there, right? So you are taking,
Right. So,
yeah.
So one example, DJ mentioned on Friday's trade when GE shipping just popped up, I think 15, 20 points on the higher side. Immediately, I dumped half of my quantities, and DJ came in and said, "Jixbhai, you don't exit out fully." Why? Because people will start seeing over the weekend on their scanners, oh, GE ship is breaking out on 53 highs with volumes. Now the traders are going to latch onto it on Monday and push the stock higher for me on the higher side. Okay? So DJ was right in saying do not exit fully out. And at the same time, since it's breaking out on the all-time highs and on the higher side, I'm going to get my 10%, which I mentioned that, this is my target of minimum 10%, maximum 20%. In between, since I had good quantities, I'm going to dump few just to make myself, ease at comfort hand managing the trade. So if it comes down on me and doesn't pull back, I'll use that same amount and deploy it back into that GE shipping. And that's one of the examples I showed you during not live markets, but when I took up that trade on TCS, LTI, Mindtree, and HCL Techno. When they moved up 7, 8, 9, 10% on me, immediately I sold off LTI and Mindtree. Was I wrong in doing that? Maybe. The next day moves even higher, 2% and 3%, and LTI and Mindtree on me. Am I upset? Absolutely not. All I was waiting for was to do a pullback. The pullback came, I deployed that money back into it. And one of the members, I had a good conversation over the phone. And the exact next day, I told him, the LTI and these IT stocks have done a nice pullback. I'm going to deploy the funds that I have sitting and waiting for it. I deployed it right back into it the very next day, and beautiful profit gain on the upside. Next thing I know, I'm making very good money on all those four stocks in a very short term of period of time. I dumped every single one of them. Should I be upset that it's going to move another 10%, 20% higher from here? Absolutely not. Why? Because I took them for a short term trade. They're not my long term investors, investing in stocks, right? So my long term here is Focus Industries. Am I worried that I bought it at the 80, 90 zone and it's all the way down to 45? Absolutely not. Let it do whatever it wants to. I'm not worried about it. I'm plotting my FIBO from the highs of it to the swing lows of it. 57.80, so 58. Until it crosses 58, I'm not going to pump in more money into it. When it does, and then when it closes above that 58, I'll be the first one to jump on that bandwagon. Then it's going to give me that pop up on the higher side. It'll bring my average down. I get that pop up. I'll exit the ones that I bought here. I'm still going to hang on to the ones that I bought at 88.90. Right? The RSI, look at it. It's on the oversold zone. It's coming out of it on your weekly. Even if you look at your RSI, it's going to be doing a beautiful turn. One thing that I would like to see on Prakash Industries, and a lot of people in this group will hate me for this. I still want to see Prakash Industries do one more low on this one, around 41, 42. That's going to give a beautiful divergence on the RSI. And that's if I have to. If it doesn't cross at 58, and if it comes down to that 41, I'll deploy my funds on this one. On the divergence of the RSI as an investment, not as a trade then. On trading port, until it crosses that 58, I'm not going to deploy my money. Now, here's the other swing point that's happening on your daily. The one we just looked at was weekly. This is daily. Right? This is daily right here. Weekly, it's still up there. Right? Swing highs and swing lows.
One more doubt, like if the swing high, the previous swing high is taken, how do you extend that Fibonacci to the next swing high? Can you
You
show
don't.
it me,
You
like
don't.
if
So
the 82 is taken? Yeah. How
so
will you
you don't.
plot the next Fib levels?
I won't. I won't plot it because I'll keep this running. Now, the swing high on this Prakash Industry is right here at 87.50. Once this is taken out, the swing points I have already plotted on my Fibonacci, right? The next target I'm looking at is 114. Once it crosses that 87.50, it's already plotted there. I don't need to change anything. The only thing I'll mark off is that the all-time high, the recent highs that it made, the 52-week high is there, 105. I'll see what it does over there. But my actual target after crossing 87.50 would be at 114, right? If I have to deploy money, I'll start deploying money once it closes above that 58. Till then, I'm not doing anything to the stock. Let it be. Now, if you look at it here, what happened as trading? This is a swing high. On your left, if you look, this swing low wasn't violated, so it comes down here. It crossed over here on that Fibo 30, this candle. Right? This candle closes above that, you buy it, you keep your stop loss with, you got your few points in it. Eventually you got stuck now. Right? You didn't make much here. Why? Because you were doing your trading stop loss. You didn't make much. You were shooting for that 80, and then when it goes above 80, then you shoot for the high target. Didn't happen there. So on that, based on that swing point, your target was coming at 138. That didn't happen. Right? So again, you come down to your swing highs and swing lows. Swing high, swing low. And you plot it and you leave it alone. Don't change anything on it. Leave it alone. Until the only time you want to change your Fibonacci is once this swing high and this swing low is violated. Until then, you don't want to change your plotting for now. It stays there on your screen. No changes to be done at all. You
Yeah,
wait
I'm
for
asking,
it.
like after this is done, so how will you take it up to the next? Like you will use this swing 87.5 as the swing low, right? And then
Now, if I really want to extend everything from here, I'll take the highest point here and the lowest point here, which is the swing high. If this is taken out and if this is taken out, then I'll use the swing high here and the recent swing low that it made here. Then it gives me a target of 141. Do you follow that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so
Thank
let
you.
me go
Yeah.
back. Let me go back and show it to you. Watch. So let's assume we're going back a couple of years now. Let's assume this was a swing high and then somewhere around here made a swing low. We take the swing as a swing high of this candle, and somewhere around here, let's say roughly around here on this candle, it made a swing low. The entry point comes in here, it pops up, it hits that target of 161, pops up, it comes close to where it is. I didn't change anything here. Do you follow that? After it took out this zone here, you don't change anything. You don't need to change it because you're plotted already. You don't need to do multiple plottings on it. The plotting has been done from this swing high to swing low. All you have to do is follow the Fibonacci where it goes. When it comes to this target, you want to book some. On the rest of it, you want to do your trading stop loss. You might have booked some here as well. That's fine. Your trading stop loss, you remain exited. Again, you enter here. Until your swing points are not violated, you don't need to draw Fibonacci again. But if I come down to, let's say, 30 minutes, and then somebody's using 30 minutes, I'm going to plot it at 30 minutes. Watch what happens. Where should we plot our Fibonacci on this 30-minute time frame? Can anybody tell me? Let's take from July. From July 1st till now, where can we plot a Fibonacci on this? Anyone, please.
By initially where the triple bottom happened the last time, that should be somewhere around 20th July 2022.
Okay, around here.
Uh,
So let's say
no,
let's
the
say
last
this,
bottom, the last bottom, the last bottom,
right?
the last bottom to the right side.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
it is
From that line to the
July,
top.
correct. The July 6th to maybe
Okay.
July 24th.
Yeah, bhai. July 6th to July 25th, the high one.
July 21st.
No, okay.
26th, yeah, that's the high.
Myself, myself, I will be doing it from 20th July to 25th. I mean 24th. I think that will come around 24th. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're taking this as the low, right?
Yeah,
Now
yeah.
we're taking this as a swing high.
Correct.
No, but Jigs, but only the doubt. This is Anil Jigs.
Yeah.
The time frames. The main question comes what is the time frame we use for the different type of tradings? For example, I mean it's only my with the limited knowledge. If at all if we are considering for the investment or something like that, then we would for surely we will see the weekly time frame and we may consider like last 10 weeks or something like that. Any
Fine.
corrections are welcome on these thoughts. And if it is an intraday, what is the time frames and what is the time period we have to consider the swing high and swing low? That would give the accuracy of the Fibonacci is what I feel. I don't know whether how
Fine.
far it is correct that.
No, absolutely correct. Fibonacci will work on every single time frame. That is for sure. For you to let the Fibonacci do its work, you can select your time frame. But it could be 1 minute, and it could be 1 month. In between, you could use anything that you get comfortable, so long as you identify your swing highs and lows. Now, this is a 30-minute chart on a Fibonacci industry. So recently, if you can look at it, it took out the swing high, so this is the swing high. It took out the swing low of this, and it sets a swing low here. So we would have to take it here from plotting on this through the lows it made. So when it crosses that 30 and closes, so the closing was here, and the high of this candle is here. This is where you have to take your entry at 52.85. Now, your stop loss would be just below the Fibonacci 60, right? 52.70. Somebody did post a question, sir, why are you considering 50 as Fibo point? I don't. My Fibo point is 0.60. I don't use the conventional Fibonacci's that are auto on it. I have changed every single one of them, right? Everybody uses the common ones. I don't. I am the uncommon idiot that uses differently. So I use a Fibo 60. So it goes below that and you stop there. Now it's doing ping pong, ping pong. You're entering, it's stopping you out. This is what would happen on a 30-minute time frame. Right? Now the other thing that I have shown in the past is what I like to do is I like to look at the past 3 days of the market. So this is Friday. Past 3 days is Thursday, Wednesday, and Tuesday. I like to take the high of that Tuesday, whichever it is, the high and the lows of Tuesdays and Thursdays. Again, what happened? It opens on Friday above that 30. You let it close, it's up there. All of a sudden, your stop loss is below that 51, right? Now your entry comes in at 52.85. Where's your stop loss? Below 51.60. Will you be able to digest this for intraday? That is the question you have to ask yourself. Yeah, I don't use, if I have to use swing points or 30 minutes, I do not use it more than 3 days. Now we could look at multiple examples on it. I'm going to randomly choose a stock. Let's say TBS Motors, randomly, right? We'll look at the past 3 days. So this is Thursday, Wednesday, and Tuesday. I'll take the highs of it, whichever it is, which is high here, and the low of it happened on Wednesday. Right? So your entry would have been somewhere here on Tuesday. No, actually, if you're looking on Friday, you don't have an entry point. You just don't have an entry point. It opens about that 1.618. It goes up, it comes down. Everybody got whacked out. Somebody who made money and exited, well and fine. Now, the same thing we would look at it, say, let's forget what happened on Friday. So this is your Thursday. If I want to take a trade on Thursday, I'm going to look at my past 3 days, 1, 2, and 3. Take my Fibonacci, take the high point of it and the low point of it. Your point 3 comes in here. You could take that trade about that point 3. Keep a stop loss just below it. You made some decent money intraday right here. At the end of the day, you have to exit. There's no question about it. If you hung on to your trade with your risk, unhedged, you made some money. If you didn't hedge yourself and it came down on you, you would have lost a tremendous amount of money, right? So carrying over that position, it's prudent to take a hedge. Just be on the safe side. So you're not gonna make that 20,000 that you wanted to make the next day on TBS. Instead, you only made 13,000. Whoop-de-doo. It's much better than a damn loss that you could have taken unhedged over 20, 30,000 rupees on the downside. Okay? So, Anilji, if you want to take a trade on Fibonacci, look at the past 3 days. So now, if I want to take a trade on Monday on TBS Motors, my past 3 days are Friday, Thursday, and Wednesday. High,
Jigs, I mean,
high and low.
sorry to interrupt.
Yeah,
I understood. For example, if you are taking intraday trade, it is the last 3 day period is what we have to consider. And what is the time frame? Is it 15 minutes or 30 minutes is what we have to
30,
consider, Jigs?
30 minutes. 30 minutes compulsory.
Okay, 30 minutes for the last 3 days, right?
Yes, yes,
Okay, okay. And one naive question actually.
yeah,
If whatever the levels, whatever you are marking, that you are saying that are not the conventionally available levels, and you have marked your own levels to that. I
right,
mean, how do you arrive that? I mean, I understand you said earlier also, like it is on the experience which favors me, and what is
right.
the risk reward and all that. I understand, but as a people here on the forum, most of them want to learn. How do we come across, or I mean, do we? I mean, what would be the problem? I mean, the problem with using the conventional levels is anybody who's using the Fibonacci will have the same levels with them. So obviously there
Right,
that would be a problem. There would be a
right,
traffic jam, obviously.
right.
So uh, can you help us? I mean, the one which work to you, just give it to us and let know how do we market in the trade view so that we will use the same Fibonacci. And that is
Yeah,
part one question. The part two question would be generally when we do what I understood is if we are doing for the uptrend, then we will draw the Fibonacci from the swing low to swing high. But if we
right.
are seeing for the downtrend, we will draw from the swing high to swing low. Right now,
That is correct.
there the levels are limited. I mean, those are known levels. If we want to draw the extensions, I mean, extensions means what would be the probable levels of gains what we get. Especially, this is not in the intraday perspective. This is in the investment perspective or short swings. This is the part two question. Jigs.
Okay, so if you want to do a reverse and say this is the high of previous motor somewhere here in 2021, and you want to do a reverse trade, well, all you have to do is just plot the Fibonacci reversely. This is your swing low, and this is your swing high. So I'll take that swing low as my low point, the swing high as my, and this is what you get your levels. Now, the levels that you are looking for, and I did mention that I will provide this into the group. I'll take this screenshot, post it into the group. This is being recorded, so it's there. So once you, all you have to do is click on it on your Fibonacci on your left on your trading view. You get your Fibonacci, you plot it, click on settings up here, change the values to what I have changed. Simple. Now you
That's
have
great.
your
That's great.
your extensions, and on your little site, you don't have to do anything. They're there. You don't have to do, imagine say you want to do extensions or whatnot. You don't have to do all that. It's there for you. So if I want to do a swing high and low, then I want to assume that TVS is going to go further high on the higher side. So I'll come back to my recent swing lows and highs. Here's my swing high up here. And the low is down here. This is my plotting. It's beautifully up there. Respected that 0.30. It's going up there. It's coming up to that 1,000 level. Eventually, it's going to hit that and it's going to start doing some profit booking. So far, from this swing high to this swing low, has it worked according to Fibonacci? Absolutely. Do we have the patience to hold on to that stock? Zero, right? Because we all want to become millionaires that to see TVS going from 500 to 1,000 within a month. It's not going to happen. As an investor, it's going to happen, right? So
It's
everything is there.
the perspective, investor perspective, Jigs. Yeah, it's not
Yeah.
for the
So
intraday. Intraday is like work may not work.
yeah. So intraday, somebody's want to follow, plot Fibonacci and intraday, you could very well do it on a 30-minute, right? Within that, you're going to find your comfort zones and your uncomfort zones. Especially because the intraday is all about volatility. There are trade buyers and sellers, so it's going to go up and down. That you have to already digest it at the start at 9:15. That the stock is going to go up and the stock is going to come down. It's not going to have a one-way rally. Yeah, you have your one-off like Bajaj Finance or one-off on MRF that just keep on shooting up on the upside for the entire day. But not all of them are going to do the same thing. They're going to go up, they're going to come down, they're going to go up, they're going to come down. They're just hunting for your stop losses. So your 30 minutes is very tough to do. So 30 minutes, past 30 days, you plot your highs and lows, you'll be fine. Okay. So that's on Fibonacci. And at the same time, if you have an RSI, which I follow also, and keep it on your 30 minutes, but I do not base my trades off my RSIs. Just because they have gone into oversold territory, that does not mean I jump into that stock and I buy it. I plot my Fibonacci and I follow it. So over here, if you could see it, the RSI is below the oversold zone. Yet, if I had to take a trade on July 26th, the past 3 days, highs and lows, I would mark it, so they will be high here and roughly low here. So on the 26th, am I getting a trade? No, there's nothing there because it's not crossing my 0.30 up here. Okay. Now, if somebody wants to say, okay, what about on the 26th that you want to take a short trade? Again, all you do is go past 2 days, 1, 2, and 3. Find your lows and highs. The low was here and the high was here. They broke that 30 on that 26th, right? It's way below that. It's below that 0.80. Can you take your trade? You can go ahead and take that short trade at the open. Your stop loss would have been on the 26th, right around here, somewhere around 880. So assuming that you got your trading at 868 or 867, you take your short trade, your stop loss is up there, or you follow that 0.80 few points above that, keep your stop loss. By the end of the day, if you made money, you exit. If not, you have to close your trade. If you don't close your short trade here, you immediately have to do is buy a hedge position, right? You have to go out there and go ahead and buy your CPs. because you don't know what the market's going to do the next day. You could assume since it's falling on the low side, but the danger was down here, the RSI. It's in the oversold territory. At any given time, it will make that U-turn. You cannot assume it's going to make that U-turn here or it's going to make a U-turn here. It could keep on falling on the low side further down. We just don't know. We cannot assume anything in market. We have to follow a setup. And when we follow a setup, we have to stick to it. You cannot keep on changing that. Right? The more you stick to it, the better it will be. How do I identify which sector will perform well in future? Well, for that you will have to strictly contact DJ because I'm all about intraday trading. I don't know which is the segments which sector is going to do well in future. Recently, DJ has mentioned that for August series you want to start looking for cement sectors. You could focus there. Sector wise, in the morning trade, what I like to do as a sector wise, at the pre-open after the settlement of that 908, I'll look at my individual sectors, metals, IT, FMCG, autos. I'll look at all of them. I'll see which one are bullish, which one is not falling much. So if the market is gung ho and all sectors are flying on the upside, all of a sudden I'm going to go back to my daily charts and I'm going to start looking for resistance. If I find it, I'll take that short trade. If I don't, I'll leave it alone. I won't do anything. I won't chase it. I won't chase it. I'll look for something else intraday or look at individual. If all of the sectors are falling, if you saw it on Friday, I don't know if anybody noticed it. The best sector that was in pre-open was the metal sector on Friday and even on Thursday at the open. Nobody noticed it probably, right? Because everybody was focused on IT. And sneakily, metals, what they did, it performed pretty well.
Even the QSR also had a moment on Friday, Jigs. If you see the specialty restaurants, Devyani, and one more, three, four, the big
Jubilant
ones
food.
they have.
Jubilant food.
Maybe yeah, Jubilant. Lot of QSRs on Friday. That too big gains. I mean QSR. I mean specialties
Actually, I
almost
thought of
even
sharing
80.
the chart, but it was too late by then. By the time I have seen, it's already 328. So I did not
Right,
share the chart.
so if somebody wanted to take a trade on Jubilant Food on Friday and had followed past the 3 days highs and lows. So Thursday's high and Tuesday's low, probably Wednesday you
Exactly.
break that low, right? So at the open, there's nothing there you could have taken. You could have taken your trade here, but you would have been stopped out at the open. So if I roll my time frame on 5 minutes, am I getting an entry? You could have taken the risky entry up here. Right? You could have taken that. A few punch you
True.
got, you should have got out. It didn't work out. You were trailing, you got stopped out. Even though if you didn't do your trailing and assume that it's going to hit on the higher side, it didn't. Eventually, you got stopped out.
Bye
Now,
bye. 5 minutes. Not. Let's not get into 5 minutes. But we
no,
cannot
we're not.
compete with
Not.
big
No, no,
guns.
no, no. It's not about competing. What I'm trying to show you is, like, if I put it on a 30 minutes,
Okay.
this candle alone is not going to tell you where your entry was. Right? For
Acha.
that, so when I was plotting my Fibo from the highs here and the lows here, now it doesn't give you an entry point. Why? Because you have to wait for that 30-minute candles to close. When it closed here, 567. Now, at the same time, if I lower my time frame and assuming my plotting
But it
of
is 560 now, bhai. But the fib is at 560 now, bhai.
it is. But on a 30-minute,
Yeah.
you have to let the candle close. You cannot enter before the candle closes, can you? Right?
Yeah,
This
true,
candle
true.
is a continuation. So when it closes
There
on
is a
30 minutes,
small gap
only
also.
then. Right? So you come down on your low time frame, and if you want to be a scalper and do an intraday trade, then take a new trade here, keep a stop loss of base low, and you would have made some few points. Generally, what I like to do is if I take a trade at 560, immediately if it moves 1%, I'll book half of my quantity as intraday scalper at 565. The rest I keep it as a trading stop loss at cost. Right? As it moves higher, I'll keep on changing my stop loss on the higher side. Eventually, I'll get stopped out here. That's intraday trading for me.
Got it.
Intraday trading, I look for 1% as my target, initial targets, and 1% as my stop loss. So whichever I hit first, I'll start booking my profit. If it sits on the higher side as 1% as my target, I'll book half, chill the rest of them. But if it hits, if it doesn't hit that 1% on the high side and comes down and hits me on my stop loss at 1%, I'm out of the trade. But the entire day, I will not get that stuck again. I don't care if it's going to jump up another 20% after it stopped me out and it shoots up on the high side. I will not touch it. That's my discipline. In intraday, once a stock gives me a profit or a loss, I'm done with that stock for the entire day. Next day, I'll look at it the next day, not that day. Right? That's my discipline. I don't change that. So if I have to now forget about this 30 minutes, if I have to come back and look at my daily charts on Jubilant Food, the entire picture is going to change now. This is your swing high. This is your swing low. Nothing major here. Swings, minor uptick, false breakout, swing highs and swing lows. Here's your swing high up here. Come on. This is your swing high, and this is your swing low. This is your 30. You got stopped out, but you had to wait for that candle to cross. It didn't cross, so you didn't enter that trade. It came down on you. It's going up, and then again, it closes up here. This is where you take your trade. This is about patience, see? It broke out, it closed, but it didn't cross, came down. So there was no trade. Yeah, one was supposed to be taking. When it came down, went up again. Again, you took your trade here. Why? Because it closed here. It gets follow through. This is where you enter. You made few points, you got stopped out eventually. It's not doing anything. It's not absolutely, it's not doing anything. It's not running away anywhere. At the same time, if you look at it, the RSIs, nothing there. Nothing on the RSI either. So this is the zone it's going to have trouble into, and it'll continue to do so.
Yeah, 580 levels.
And the reasons are visible. Couldn't push itself down, came down, broke itself down, came down again, in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out. Eventually, it broke out. Eventually. Look how much time it took from January 21st
If,
all the way up to May.
In the month of March, it gave a very beautiful this thing by differentiation. It's a breakout zone in the month of March. March.
Up here, which was almost false. This was a breakout.
Correct.
If I'm not wrong, that's the period when that split has came, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah. So if one wants to take a trade, you need to see a closing above this candle on a weekly basis.
Gotcha.
Not on a daily. Why? Because on a daily, we are having too much in and outs here. Too many in and outs. So on a weekly basis, we have to close above 600. Only then Jubilant is going to fire up. Till then, it's not going to fire up. Right? So if it's coming down and somebody wants to do an investment on this stock, just wait around here somewhere. Around 475. Or on the low side somewhere like this is the zone you want to start buying up. This is the place you could accumulate a little bit here. Right? It's simple.
Jigs, I have pasted something on the chat. Yeah.
So what we want to do is not look at individual stocks, but I want you guys to ask questions. Or very glad where I could actually we'll look at stocks. No issues on that. Like I said at the start of the
It's not about the stock, Jig, especially. The levels what I have was selected for those, and when I use the conventional available trade view retracement, it is not giving any extension, is what I'm just thinking.
Yeah, so you don't need to do the extensions, like I mentioned to you. You know, when I give you these levels on your Fibonacci into the group, or you could just take it off these recordings. You go on your Fibonacci, you go onto your settings, just change this. These are the positive ones, and these are the negatives. It'll give you the retracement and the extensions, both of them in one go. Aniji, do you follow me? It'll give you the extensions and the
Yeah.
retracement
Understood.
in
Understood.
one
I
go.
have to do the setting first, and after that, I have to
Exactly.
draw. Okay.
Exactly. So you don't have
Got
to
it.
worry
Got
about
it.
it. So if for example, on Helium pipes, if you take the high point or the low point of it, here's your extension on the higher side. 1.68. The white lines on the higher side are your targets on the higher side. On the low side, these are your
Okay.
black lines are your targets on the low side. So you got your
Got
extension
it.
and your retracement in one go, right?
Okay.
You don't have to
Just
do
can you give the
multiple.
slip of the levels, Jigs? Yeah. Can you please give the slip of the levels? So I will set now itself.
Yeah. But shoot, that energy just hang on to it. Can you do it after the webinar? Because for me, transfer to the
No
next
problem.
screen is
No
very
problem.
difficult.
No
Right?
problem. No problem. Thanks.
Any more questions on Fibonacci on how to plot it, or what are the questions? Till then, let me take care of energy. Any other questions on
Only one.
Fibonacci?
Yeah, I have one question.
Yeah,
If we are doing intraday and if
yeah,
we are considering the 30 minutes time frame for the last 3 days, would
yeah.
it not be a longer time frame to consider? Generally, people say when they are doing intraday, they say like we have to consider the lower time frame, like 5 minutes or less than 1 minute. Why? Because 30 minutes means there may be a many week formation may happen in any minute, right? So, for example, on the KPIT on the Friday, it has given a breakout of 546. It went to 570 in the initial morning hours. After that, it was only retesting the 546 level 3 or 4 times. So, if we consider 30 minutes, we don't even know when to exit. I mean, just it's only understanding what I felt on that day.
Okay. So this is your KPI. Okay. Let's just do the basic of the past leaders, 1, 2, and 3. This is the high and this is the low. Okay. Could you have taken that entry and opened up at that point? You could have. Your stop loss would have been 7 points on the downside, which is more than 1%. So for me, the risk reward ratio is not there for me. Do you
Okay.
follow that?
Okay.
If it had opened somewhere
Understood.
between the FIBO 0.6 and 0.8, I would have taken my trade. Why? Because my stop loss is well within that 1%. If it had to come down below that 0.6 of the FIBO on the low side, I would have been able to digest that. But if it opened at
Okay.
about at 538, what was the opening of this candle? The opening of this candle is at 542. Now, all of a sudden, if you enter at 542 is 0.70, you're not going to get that first of all. So you enter somewhere, let's say 541 or 543. All of a sudden, your stop loss becomes more than 2% or 2%. So for me, to
Uh,
chase the stock on intraday, I'm not going to do it. I don't care if it popped up, 20, 30 points on the upside. I'm not going to chase it. Simple as that.
okay.
I have to, it
Okay.
has to be in my comfort zone, right? Now, if you go back to your daily on it, is there something there we could have taken as a swing trade and made better money out of this stock? Probably. That's it. Swing high, swing low. This is your swing low. This is your swing high. Simple. Yeah. This is your swing high and this is your swing low. Because these two swing points have not been violated while it was oscillating up and down in that zone, right? So your point 30, which comes here, you take that trade, you make some money. You could have taken that trade here. You would have been stopped out. Again, you entered that trade. You're fine. You're still hanging on to that trade. Maybe a trailing stop loss. You would have been stopped out in here somewhere. It came down. You could have taken that trade just above this candle at 495 again. So you had multiple opportunities to take that swing position trade on this stock.
I think now also we can take, right? But the next target is way too high. I think that 546 is the line
Right,
where it is
right. So,
crossing the wick.
so right, so you cannot just rely on Fibonacci and say, well, Fibonacci is showing that 1.68 as the target. It's not what Fibonacci is showing, it's what I am assuming it will get there. Why? Because these levels on Fibonacci have been
Okay.
set according to my comfort zone. Now, if I have to say, where's the next target it's going to hit in, look at the congestion it's getting into, right? what's going to happen? Here's the breakout point that it happened. Came back, supported possession, consolidating. Then it broke out just a little bit, came back into it, break down a little bit. So here it's finding its trouble here in this zone, which is the highlighted part. It's finding its trouble here. For that to close, for that to close and hit that level, it needs to close above this candle then on a daily basis.
That's out of the congestion zone.
Right, and it needs to close above that 602. Then it's going to go on further. Then the major congestion comes here. Eventually, once this is taken out and closes above that, then you have your shot at that 788 and so on and so forth. But meanwhile, in between, many things are going to change. So when you're doing your plotting on your Fibonacci, at the end of the day, you want to make sure the swing points have not been violated. If they have not been violated, don't change it. Keep it as they are. If they are, then you need to change it. That's all. Either one is going to change, either the swing high or the swing low. You don't have to change both coordinates, right? Either one you might have to change at the end of the day. How long it's going to take you to do that? Probably 2-3 minutes. It's not going to take you the entire day, right? It's very simple. The main thing in the market is the more you practice, the more you look at your charts, the more you play around with your Fibonacci, everything's going to work on a G. You have to stay with your setup now. You cannot change your setup. I don't know how many people in this group have done that many, many times. Probably they have. I have done that in my past. Initially, when I was learning, I was changing my setup probably every other week, not even a month. Oh, it's not working. I'm not making money. Damn, I know it's going to work. I need to change this. Oh, I need to. Oh, let me do the RSI. Oh, let me do the MACD. It wasn't working. It was not working. Need to stick with one setup. It could be anything. You could play, there are many traders out there that do wonderful just based on RSI. There are many traders who just do wonderful based on their trend lines, right? This is the trend line of KPIT. This is the high. This is the swing high up here, right? If you extend that, where it's coming down to. This is the trend line. Big breakout. It's happening. If you need to draw another one, it's high here and high here, which is this. Right? So trend, you could do your trades off trend lines. Everything works. Everything works in the market. You have to be disciplined on what you want to use. I have a friend who just uses trend lines. He doesn't use RSI, MACDs, Fibonacci, none of that. Just trend lines. Does this trade work? They work beautifully. Here's one recently that he mentioned that I don't even look at, XCC. And this is he sent me the chart. He said, hey, can you look at this? And he had a drawn a chart like this. So it broke out. Could you have made some money? Yeah, you could have. Scalped it? Yeah, I made a couple of thousands on it on Friday. Just by him posting the chart to me and saying, hey, can you look at it? And this is all he had done was draw a horizontal line as his support and resistance zone. Just by looking at the chart. He didn't do anything else. Right? Your trend lines work, your RSI works, your MACD works. You just have to plot it the way, whichever feels comfortable for you. You cannot change it. Can you do everything in one go? Can I draw my Fibonacci, say, oh, this is the swing high and this is the swing low. Now I'm going to come back with my trend line and here's the low point and here's the low point. Oh, okay. Oh, it looks beautiful. Oh, let me throw in that goddamn MACD into it. And I come in with it and say, here's my MACD. Let me see what it's telling me. Oh, crap, it's not going to let me add it more. So I added my MACD. What is the MACD telling? It's telling me what the RSI is not telling me. What's the difference here? There is no difference. When the RSI is moving up, so is the MACD. When the MACD is falling, so is the RSI. What is the difference? The difference is none. All the indicators are the same. Just have to follow any one of them, right? So your trend line works, your Fibonacci works, your RSI works, everything works in the market. Stick to one setup. Come back to me after a month and you make a lot of difference on your own.
If we see all those indicators also, everything is moving only with two parameters in congestion. One is price and the second thing is time. All the indicators are made out of these two elements itself.
Absolutely. So a lot of people on their charts, I have seen people's charts when I get those DMs as part of learning. I see 7, 8 indicators on their chart. You made an Amazon dwindle out of it. You're not going to be able to take a trade off it. The other day when Aswata posted his chart, and I mentioned to him, nice and clean, beautiful, keep it simple. You have to keep your charts as clean as possible. Don't congest your charts. The more congestion you have in your charts, it's not going to allow you to take that trade. It just won't. Because your MACD might be going into the positive zone, your RSI might be at that same time, might be slightly more.
Last week I have felt the same difficulty by actually, because I was using moving average, I was drawing Fibonacci, I was seeing RSI. Last week completely I was sticking to my only trend lines, nothing else than trend lines.
Fine.
So that gave me a better opportunity actually, to be frank.
Did it work for you?
Yeah, it worked for me very well. Because with RSI, Fibonacci, RSI and what do I say, with moving averages, especially moving averages are very confusing. It's better not to follow moving averages at one point of time.
No. No, they're not. They're not. Trust me. I'm not.
No. The mistake which I have done is I'm following 3 moving averages simultaneously. One is 21-day moving average.
Okay. So this is much simpler, not because I do it. I've been doing this for quite some time. It works for me. The Fibonacci is much better in trying to assume the levels that you want to enter and exit out of them. At the same time, you use a little bit of price action. What is price action? Price action is nothing but support and resistance.
Price reacting
Support,
at that
right.
support,
Broke, came down. Now it's acting as resistance. Once it takes this out, it's going to go up on the high side. We follow our swing high lows in the Fibonacci and we follow the levels. It is that simple. There is another element that I have included into my coding, which is GAN. Now, if I start to throwing GAN into it right now, you guys will be all over the place by tomorrow morning. अरे यार जीत ने तो ये बोल दिया वो बोल दिया कुछ समझ में नहीं आता वीडियो वापस देखा हूँ फिर भी समझ में नहीं आता. So I'm not going to talk about GAN right now. We'll come back to it. And hopefully this time, my health and everything stays well. I'll try to do this every single month. I'll try to get together with you guys on every monthly basis, at least once a month on each Sunday. So try to get you guys on track. I want to see more of you guys posting charts. Don't worry about if they're wrong. We are not perfect. I'm not perfect, but we are going to learn from each other. If it's wrong, I'll tell you. Recently, a couple of people were using trend lines, using the wick as a point, and at the other point, they'll come back with the body. You can't do that. If you're going to stick with the points of wicks, stick with the points of wicks. If you're going to use the body, then use the bodies. But you can't have one wick and one body. No, you can't do that. It's not the proper way to do it. हाँ मोदी जी की बात करेंगे मोदी जी को भी बुला लूंगा. Don't worry, I have a good friends with me. Not the prime minister, no, okay? It's the other one.
नहीं मन की बात चलती है ना every last Sunday. ऐसे ही हम every month Sunday का मन की बात करेंगे.
Okay. Listen, I love to talk about markets. It's my passion. And if you guys say, Jig, stay on with you for another 9, 10 hours, I'll be here. You guys will get tired. I'm that passionate about markets. I love the more I see charts, the more you guys post charts, the more you guys discuss. Actually, I'm building myself from that. I'm learning something every day. So for me, markets are fun. This is my fun job. I love it. Right? So, like I said, I'm not an analyst, or I'm neither am I a certified SEBI guy. I do the things my way. I do things what my guru has teaching me. I modified a little bit to my comfort zone. It's working for me well. That's all I need. At the end of the day, I'm making money. That's what I'm here in the markets for. I want to learn. I want to make money. I want to be disciplined. I want to follow a set rules that I have, and I'm not going to change it, no matter what happens. Right? And that allows me to survive in this market. That allows me to make money in this market. Not, looking at those OI data. I don't look at all that. I don't know how to
Yeah,
look at it.
learning
I
is
don't play.
a
I
endless
don't.
ocean. But
Yeah, I don't play options. I mean, the only time I use options is if I'm taking a long position and then I said, oh, and if I
to
want to hedge
hedge.
myself, that's the only time I'm taking it. Why? Because that's the instrument that was made for. It's not made for naked in long position and short position. Yeah, there are people making tons of money out there, and I'm happy about them. I'm not here to, be sour about somebody making 20 lakhs per day. I'm not that. I'm happy that person's making money. I'm making mine. I'm the happiest person. I'm not looking at other people's, screenshots. Hey, how much did you make? Yeah, I know more than you. Why am I making the same amount? No, I'm not here for comparison. I'm here to satisfy myself. At the end of the day, I'm happy with what I'm doing, and that's it. That matters to me in trading. Nothing else, right? So, and the beautiful thing about our group is that nobody's saying, "Oh, we made so much money," or "I lost so much money." Yeah, there are people who have lost money and they want to recover it. Fine, go screenshot in our group and say, I made so much money or I lost so much money. That's the beauty of our group. We're not here to show off to each other, right? This is a learning group, and the more chance you take,
Absolutely,
Our group is quite matured by.
it is. It is very mature.
but if I have to say one thing, a philosophical way, even if you get more lakhs, you wouldn't give to me. Even if I get lost, I will not ask you to give money. Anybody.
Yeah,
So what is the point of
absolutely,
showing that I made this much money? Are you giving anybody anything?
absolutely,
Nothing.
absolutely.
So there's
Who?
nothing,
I mean,
No, no,
no
no. But
fun.
those groups, they just want to pump some adrenaline into the others' blood, and they will suck everything out of it with the options. That's what it happens most of the time. And trading options is like just like sitting in hospital with BP tablets in hand.
there are good traders out there. Nothing wrong with trading, right? They
Uh,
found their
I
niche
mean,
and they're using it, right?
it takes quite a little long time to trade in options actually, because last month I had a roller coaster ride with options. Finally, I came with a good outcome itself, but it's a roller coaster ride. We would not have a peaceful nights at times.
Yeah,
Until and unless we completely expertise in it, it's quite difficult.
exactly. And
I
then,
don't know
like
how
I said,
PR Sundar is having peaceful nights.
see, let's not get into names, but everybody has to find their own comfort, be it in futures, be it in cash, be it in options, whichever comfort is there, work on it, keep on sticking at it. 1, 2 months, you might be losing some money, and the market might be going on the higher side, and you might get upset and say, "Man, you know what? This is not working for me." Don't change your setup. Stick with it at least for 3 months, and the results will be outstanding to you after those 3 months. Right? In any business that you start off a new business, if you don't sit there for 3 years on your business, it's not going to make you profits. You have to sit on that business. You have to let it, you have to give it some time for it to move, for it to work. Same thing happens with our setup. You have to give it time. You have to take those trades off your setup. Take small quantities, but do take them. Without taking those trades, you're not going to learn anything. Your mistakes are the biggest lesson into the market. Just don't repeat them. That's all. You made a mistake, you gave you a loss, fine. Don't get upset about it. At the end of the day, look at it, what happened, look at your charts, and you'll see your own mistakes. Just based on what I showed you on your Fibonacci. Just if you follow your swing highs and swing lows off your daily, off your weekly, you'll be very fine when to enter that swing trade. Just because it moved up 10%, oh, I could have taken that trade. The damn thing is not at point 0, point 3. Damn, I should have taken that trade. Don't do that to yourself. Wait for it. You'll get good opportunities. Here's LTI. Swing high, swing low, nothing major, way up there, way down here. This is the swing low that broke recently. It collapsed. This is your swing high. If somebody wanted to take this point or this point, you could have taken it, but the original point comes in on your swing highs and swing lows. This is way up there. This is your swing high, broke that swing low, so we cannot consider there. And all of a sudden it came down here. The LTI is just about to cross that Fibo point 3. It has a long way to break out. So you missed this whoopie-doo. As an investor, you could have taken this trade easily, right? You could have taken this trade as a delivery from somewhere out in the zone, consolidated beautifully in this lower zone. If you look to your left, you see it, that it was consolidating nicely. Everything is in front of you. You just have to look to the left, be patient about it, take your trade. Here, trading, you could have not taken it. What I did on LTI, I took deliveries. I did not take it in a FLO position. Right? I mentioned it that I'm taking this in delivery. This is the reason. If it had collapsed on the downside, I would not have worried about it. I would have added more when it fell. Okay? So everything works out. You just have to be disciplined and follow your levels. Follow your Fibonacci, stick to it, and you'll be fine. Right? Same thing with the RSI. Follow your RSI. Don't worry about it. On trading, it's very difficult to follow the RSI even on a 30 minutes. I mean, there are tricks and trades of it, but I'm not going to get into those tricks and trades of it.
I think that's the reason you have taken M&M Finance in cash now, eh?
Yes,
Instead of
yes,
derivatives. Yeah, yeah.
yes, yes. Just in case it goes, shit hits the fan, and I'll show it to you. What's that M&M Finance?
Yeah, I don't understand. Even if it is dipping by another 10%, you will get a better average price going forward.
I'm gonna decide this on Monday. I mentioned that in the group. Somebody asked me, "Are you holding this M&M?" And I said, "Listen, you know what? 195 was my
It's myself. I only wanted to know should we enter
right.
or not.
No,
Okay.
195 was my support. It broken and it's falling below that. I just wanted to see how the closing is. The market is bullish. The overall sentiment are bullish. The RSI has gone a little bit negative on me. That's fine. I'm gonna wait till Monday. On Monday, if it opens below the lows of Fridays of 186, I have to take that hit. I'm gonna take that hit, right? There's no two ways about it. I have to. Why now? All of a sudden, what's gonna happen? This is the swing high up here.
But it has to be during closing now, right?
No, actually, it's going to be at the opening because I was sitting already at 195 as my support, right? Now, all of a sudden,
No,
that has been violated and
if
closed below that.
because one thing which I was seeing is that in the same chart, there is a almost like a triple top over there. Maybe if it is taking a support at the end of the day, it might fire up.
It could, but that'll be a little extra for me. Why? Because I'm pretty hard on quantities on that,
Okay.
right? So this would be my way of doing it. Once it opens below 186 and maintains below 186 on a 5-minute candle, I will have to take that stop loss. If it doesn't, then I'll see if there are things that are able to turn on that market, on that particular stock. I might hang on to it. Whatever I do, I'm going to update it on Monday. Then if I have to take that loss, I will have to take that loss. But
So
sometimes
basically, in this kind of scenario, if it is taking a support at 186, then we will average somewhere around 188 or 190, and then we will take it up and we will exit of the quantity at the average price normally. That is how it's to be done by.
see that comes down to individual choice. I personally wouldn't do that. Right? And then it comes down to
Okay.
your capital. How much capital do you have as your reserve? How much are you willing to give that opportunity? Now, all the finance stocks have been doing pretty well this past week. All of a sudden,
Hmm.
M&M is pretty bad. And somebody mentioned that M&M does this again and again. I might give it a chance. Trend lines down there. If it violates, you're in trouble. Then it comes down to point 0.3 on the Fibo. You get more trouble to it. Yeah. So let's see. Let's see. I think it might take that support from this zone and might make that U-turn on Monday. Right. So
Yeah.
this is what I'm looking at right here. trying to break out, then it came back. Trying to
Correct.
break out, then it
Exactly.
came back.
Exactly. Even that's my point actually. That specific zone is acting as a resistance initially, and now it
Right.
can be acting as a support.
Right. So, it's a little bit tricky, and tricky in a sense that it depends on your capital, how much you want to take your risk. It's that support in a sense. It needs to make that U-turn. Hopefully, it gaps up. What I would like to see on this stock is actually a gap down. Now, somebody might think, this is holding, yet he wants to see a gap down. I want to see that gap down. Why? Because after this fall on these 3 days, many people might be saying, oh, no, now it's going to fall. They, they are going to come in and say, let me clean this stock a little more. It's just going to fall. You look at those three big candles, and those short traders will get trapped. And that's where it might make that U-turn and just, start heading up on the upside.
Most probably, all of us will get punched here.
Yeah. So I might be hunting those stop losses. I'll be short traders on Monday, but depends on how it opens. And if it opens on the higher side, they might come back and smack the stock again a little bit. But it's a good zone that you want to hang on to it. Market's a little overstretched, so they could clean the stock on Monday. Right. So we have to be careful on it.
Okay.
But anyways, we'll update whatever happens on it on the stock. It should have made a beautiful turn on the higher side. Yeah, 10-20% from 207 we would have gotten in. It didn't give us much. 212 was a high it made after 207. Not making anything out of it, right?
But
So
if you
now,
observe on the RSI chart, okay, I
yeah,
think on 70 RSI it is taking continuously resistance. Just
yeah.
zoom
There's
out
all,
the chart little bit.
yeah, exactly. And there's also a negative divergence that was happening during that time. I did notice it, but I was not too much worried about it. Why? Because
But
uh,
now it is coming near to the support of the 42. So might be if it is making a,
no,
there are
40,
higher the
40,
chances to
42 is the closing of the RSI on Friday, and the yellow line that you see, it's at
which
35.
that
Right. So RSI I have marked as 35 on the lower side, and here it is. So I could show it to you.
Actually,
So
another
peak
thing I noticed in
APM
M&M Fin is
75
like,
at 35.
yeah, it has like run a lot, like a 30-40% from the down. If you see, notice that. So I
It
think
has.
it
It
takes
has.
time. Yeah, yeah,
It
it
takes
takes time.
time,
I
but
think. Yeah.
here your swing highs and swing lows that had happened. Now within that, if
helps.
you had entered it at the lower, which would have been around 151, you're making good
No,
money. You're not worried about
Bhai
missing
was
out.
little bit skeptical on that. That's the reason he took delivery instead of futures.
Yeah.
I got it now.
See, when I'm actually doing live trades, I make my decisions so fast. I know where my capital's sitting at, how much I have in my account. I know where the stock is sitting at, how much risk do I want to take it. Now, when I take it in cash, would I worry about it? Not too much. I could hang on to these stocks. For example, Fibonacci Levels, we talked about it. I have 10,000 shares at 90. I'm not worried about it. Is my capital
Yeah, because
one?
they are not something like derivatives which are going to expire in next 2 to 3 months of time.
Right.
So
So
we can hang on to it.
yeah, exactly. In a bull market, I'm not worried about these stocks falling. The stocks that I would be worried about is something like Zomato, right? Here's the
I,
worry.
this is very unfair. By they are giving all the employees share at 1 rupee each, and if we are
Yeah.
supposed to purchase from the market, it is at 21 rupees the fair value.
So I'm sure they have a lock-in period. If they're getting a lot at 1 rupees and the price is at 46, if there's no lock-in period, all those employees are gonna get it at 1 and sell it at 46.
But the
Simple.
standard locking period is 1 year now, boy.
Right. So it's gonna be 1 year. So what's gonna happen? I think DJ could answer this much better. Why they're giving those employees that 1 rupee option? Just to retain those employees and make sure that they don't go somewhere else, somewhere like Swiggy or somebody else.
Swiggy or yeah.
All right. So they might be doing that on purpose. I don't
But
see this
already
stock
they are
going.
on a lot of cash crunching machine, and
Yeah,
if they
DJ
are
mentioned all
about
that.
to
I
do
mean,
this,
yeah, and
Even he said
I
the
don't
same.
know.
DJ Boy told that this kind of crash crunching will come to an end after some period of time, and they cannot spend beyond a point. They cannot afford to spend beyond a point, and that's the reason he explained how the other businesses got into food with one example of Chennai as Hyderabad biryani one.
Right. So
So
somebody just mentioned that Zomato has a locking period of 5 years of those shares at 1 rupee. What are you going to do with it? I mean, my target on this stock is at somewhere between 7 and 9. That's it. If it comes or not. I mean, DJ had a beautiful target of 50. At 50, you would have bought it. Whoever remembered and bought it, got a nice spike up there. But again, hit that zone, that resistance zone right here. And all it
yeah,
did
he
was it
said that
started
very
collapsing
clearly
on
to
the
book at
downside.
80 levels,
Right,
78 to 80 levels. He
right.
said to book during that time.
Exactly.
But
So in a short
I was
span of
looking for
time, you made your
long-term
good 30,
investment.
40%. Right. So investment is not there, nothing's there. Even if you look at your weekly RSI is in the boondocks. I mean, there's not much up there to read or
Ah,
what we
bhai, this one I wanted to ask you, bhai. During an IPO, for example, stocks getting listed with IPO pattern, if they are breaking the IPO lows, you see the first candle, Zomato candle, first candle. Yeah, if they are breaking the lows of the candle, these kind of stocks tend to, fall much
Maybe.
lower, right?
So okay, here you look at Zomato and the opening candle highs and lows, right? The moment it breaks that low, exit out. Simple as that. The moment it crosses the highs of this candle, which is at 139, go ahead and enter it. Till then, don't. Right? Let's look at a couple of recent IPOs that came out, and I'll show you a simple trick on these IPOs.
Yeah, even Paytm, Nika, this PB FinTech, everything has followed the same pattern.
Yeah. So they're pretty much all over the place in the same line, right? Here, it never broke the highs, but it broke the lows of it. And the highs is way up there. So this is not coming back soon. Right? It's just one-way collapse of that stock. Which was the other one? FinTech?
PB FinTech by Paisa Bazaar.
Sorry.
PB, yeah, PB FinTech and Nika. PB, B for book.
PB, sorry.
PB, Paisa Bazaar.
Right, so I answer, but yeah.
It's there, man. No, it's PB FinTech itself. We can type as PB FinTech. PBFIM. No. B for book, Bazaar.
But it's not coming up.
No. Backspace for a while. Another one. Take a space by PB FinTech
Okay,
Policy Bazaar. It's available.
I
The
see,
third
yeah.
one. Yeah.
Oh, Policy Bazaar. Yeah, this keeps on making those 52-week lows every day. It hits my scanner. And I was wondering, yes, stock had one. But I haven't bothered looked at it. Simple.
Most
I
of the
break it,
IPOs
you bought
dumped
it,
on
it broke the
retailers
lows,
straight away.
you sell these stocks. I mean, there are probably good ones out there. I think Nika did the same thing.
Yeah, Mega did the same thing.
Yeah. On these IPOs stocks, the moment it breaks the lows of that very first day candle, I tend to sell it out. Even if you have, especially if you're holding it and if you got a lot of it, just exit the damn thing. This was preempted by me, and that's why I took that trade on campus. Okay.
Superb. And it's a.
I mean, these are no-brainers. I mean, these are simple
It's a
ways
cup and
on
handle
IPOs
pattern.
how to trade them. Huh?
No, on a daily, it's a cup and handle pattern straight away.
Yeah, I don't follow all that, but this was a simple trade for me. I was looking at it on one side. You see Bata, DJ mentioned Relaxo. I said, okay, let's look at what campus is doing. And I saw him. You easily take this sucker up there. You got your 10%. Simple.
Yeah. And
Now,
F&O trades will take a time to this thing, but cash will hit straight away. You see.
yeah, easily. right? These are simple,
Correct.
things that you want to do on IPO stocks. Um, here's
That
the
we need
beauty.
not look at that. This one we need not look for another 1 year.
This is LIC, right? From the day one,
Yeah.
it hasn't done anything. Everybody's lost. I'm not gonna buy this stock until it crosses that 918 on the higher side.
True.
Why should I buy? Why should I, block my money into this stock? Let it
There is
fall.
no point also.
Absolutely. I mean, there's nothing on this chart. I see worse things happening to this stock actually. How far it's going to go down, I don't know. But if I have to take just based on that single candle for the very first day on a Fibonacci, and if I have to do the reverse on it here, I didn't do anything, right? Look at the levels. You can see it in front of your eyes. On the lower side, 4.68 supported bump. The support side come down. It's going to
Oh
break
my
that.
God.
And it's going to go keep on going on the lower side. How far it's going to go down, I don't know. Is it worth to invest into the stock? Absolutely not. You're going to block your money.
Absolutely.
You could take a scalp trade and you push it and you get your money and you get out. That's about it. But you're not going to get something like a compounder out of the stock anytime soon. Okay, for compounding stocks, you have to follow DJ. That's it. When DJ mentions a stock, jump into it. Don't worry about it. You realize you
I'm
have
holding entire portfolio actually. Somehow glitched them so that I won't be selling them.
I mean, at times when he exits, you have to exit with him.
Tan fact.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I mean, the sad
Where
part about this is that I mentioned it to DJ that there's no volume
where
to
in
the
India
stock.
we'll get a 63% ROE.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's consolidating beautifully. I don't know if you guys, once DJ mentions a stock, I don't know if you guys look at the charts of it or not. There's a
Yeah,
beautiful consolidation happening. The moment this breaks out, this is going to fly like anything.
five straight away
It's going to
750,
fly
800
beautifully.
levels.
This is your daily, this is your weekly. Look at your weekly RSI. It's ready to bounce, it's ready to break out, it's ready to fire. If I have to plot my Fibonacci from the swing highs and lows, it's even there almost.
Oh my God. Exactly. It's
Almost there at my point
just
three.
hardly 10 more points. 10 more bucks it will fly.
It'll fire up. So you guys have a good combination. I mean, look, guys, I don't mind plotting those weekly levels into the group of, the indexes and Nifty and Bank Nifty. It doesn't take me more than 5 minutes to do that. But within that, what's happening into the group is nobody's actually doing the actual work, the learning part of it. Draw your lines, draw your Fibonacci. If it's wrong, I'll let you know.
Bro, by one small this thing, your levels are not Fibonacci, right? Because when I've seen those are not Fibonacci levels, I think.
No, they're both. I'll be very honest. The levels that I use, it's a combination of Fibonacci and Gantt levels. And based on that,
Achha.
my friend has done the coding for me. It's a
Because
combination of both.
last time, past 2 weeks back, when you are not there, I have tried with the same level. I have tried with Fibonacci and pivot levels, but the levels did not match, unfortunately. So I
Well,
thought these levels
unfortunately,
are
well,
completely different.
no. And the reason I'm not showing you the Gantt is I want you guys to get comfortable with Fibonacci first. Once you get comfortable with Fibonacci, I'll input you in with the Gantt. I'll attach that with you. Right? When it comes to the coding part, I'll have my friend. He's in our group. I'll have my friend help you guys out with the coding part based on your how you want to set it up. Right? You'll get the same levels exactly. It's not going to be any different than mine. But you need to get the concept in your head. If you don't, it could hurt you pretty badly. Trust me, it could hurt you way bad. Right? That's why I just want to put it out there. Get comfortable, learn it, experience it, observe it. Then we'll add the GAN to it. Then we'll do the same process on GAN. When you have the combination of both, you're gonna hit those levels exactly how I hit them.
You are right, by let's master at least one tool initially, and after mastering one tool initially, then we can go for the second one instead of clubbing
Right,
two, three at a time.
trust me. Right, and trust me, it's not gonna take you that much time. I mean, I'm sure majority of the members do have a day job. I'm a fool that I do a day job as my full-time trading, right? And I understand that. But within that entire day, evening, I'm sure you could take out that 30 minutes of your time and look at those charts just by plotting it. I'm sure you could do that.
Yeah,
The
that's
market is not asking you much. It's asking you 30 minutes of your day. That's it.
actually in the morning session 9 to 10 I'll be a little bit busy. So what I do is from 12 o'clock. If you see most of the charts which I post also after 12 o'clock only I do post.
Fine.
Only thing is that I get a clear direction after the first half of the day, basically.
It's your comfort. I start taking my trades at the very first minute, the moment the market's open. So I'm
Yeah,
doing, I'm doing my
it
work.
will take a little bit of time for me to come there, actually.
No, but I'm showing you. I'm not saying that, here's the main point. I could show you many ways to trade markets. Don't be like jigs. Be better than jigs. That's my target. You have to be better
Okay.
than, you have to work on it. You have to, Usain Bolt has set, world records. And a lot of people are saying that's not going to be broken. Somebody's going to break it one day.
True.
Right? That person is out there. He's working on it already to break that record. So you have
Yeah,
to go out there and, put in the efforts and break. You have to
we need to
surpass.
pull our socks up
Yeah, exactly. Spend
on
that time.
stage.
Give every half hour that you give every day to the markets at your charts just by looking at plain charts at the end of the day after the market closes. Trust me, it'll change a lot of things. Charts will speak to you. They will speak to you. Hey, this is where you don't have to take me. This is where you don't touch me. Touch me when I
True,
get
and
hit.
you will get a lot of confidence also based on that.
There's so many stocks. There's so many opportunities out there. Just scan the damn thing. If you just scan the F&O part of it, there are what 180 F&O stocks that are out there.
195 stocks were hardly
195.
195 stocks were. No, that's it. And it will take hardly to, I mean, to look at those patterns or whatever it is, it will take hardly half an hour to 40 minutes if you are looking
Fine.
at a very
Exactly.
fine level.
Next day, you've
That's it.
prepared yourself that these are the stocks that I'm going to shortlist to look at. Within that, you come in the morning, you see which sector is firing, and within your list that you shortlisted,
Exactly, this is what I was doing actually. After
that
the
is the right
market
way to
starts,
do it.
I was looking at the indices which are firing initially, and I was picking the stocks which are there in that sector, and it's
Yeah,
making
why not?
quite comfortable move actually.
See, the other thing I do as a dog when I'm trading in the markets every day, if I see a certain sector moving, I'm gonna, for example, let's say metals are moving all of a sudden, they pop up on my scanner one after the other. Jindal, JSW, Tata, Sale, Hindalco, these are firing all of a sudden on my scanner one after the other, making highs. I'm gonna start punching all of them. I'm not gonna let any of them go. I just don't know which one's gonna go 7% and which one actually is gonna go minus 2%. I don't know. I'm gonna fire on every single one of them. I'll be that quick.
No,
When I
no.
see
How do
stocks,
you? I mean, that's what the initial day, the analysis which we do will be favoring us the other day.
I didn't get your question. What was it?
Uh, since you are saying if metals are rising up, we don't know which one
Right.
goes 5% and which one goes minus 2%. But when
Right.
we work on the last day, we will be completely sure that at least some of the stocks they will be forming some patterns which will be giving us the hints. So
Yeah,
that will
here's,
be helpful
here,
actually.
no, they won't. Actually, nobody knows. See, the overnight globally something happens, all of a sudden everything changes, right? Here's a metal index for you. One second, let me get this guy out of the way. Here's your metal index. Based on your daily
Okay.
charts, this is weekly, this is daily. Let's go on daily for a second. This is daily. Just based on this candle on Thursday, we cannot assume that it's going to go up on the next day on the higher side. Just because of this candle, we cannot assume it's going to go on the higher side on the next day. You don't know. What was playing out? The DXY is playing out.
Exactly.
This was playing out, and that's why your metal shot up all of a sudden. That's the reason. Other than that, it was starting to hit that resistance zone right up there. Why would you want to take that trade? But if you look at your intraday on your 30 minutes or your 5
But
minutes, all of a sudden you want to take that trade, right? So when a sector is firing, what I like to do is I like to jump in on those stocks. Not all of them are going to work out. One or two is going to give me a loss, but majority of them are going to work out. So if I have for that particular day, let's say if I have 10 lakhs of capital and all of a sudden the IT stocks are moving up. I'll look at probably, 5 or 7 stocks into that LP. I'll dump 1 lakh in each of them in cash right away without hesitating. Boom, 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 punch it in. Now, the way I have my setup is I have the list of IT stocks on one side. Then I have the metal stocks on one side, FMCG, oil and gas, so and so on, realty. Every single one I will set up separately in my watch list. So the moment they move up, all I'm doing is punching my trades. I'm not waiting for ये LT कहाँ है बस साला माइंट्री इधर ही कहाँ था साला घूम गया घूमने गया लगता है I don't have time for that. So I have my
Understand.
so the sector based I have there as a group, right? So when the metals are moving, all of them are in one particular group. I go into that group, I start punching my trades in, punching 1 lakh
I got the logic.
each of them.
No, I got the logic now by actually what you are trying to say.
But these are
Uh,
scalping methods, right? These are not trading methods, or these are not, swing trade methods. These are
no,
scalping methods. So scalping
okay.
is very different than taking a swing trade. Scalping is you chase it like a dog. You have to take that in. If you get hit, you get hit.
And the hands needs to be real fast.
कल दिखा देंगे हम कल मॉर्निंग कल मंडे हम दिखा देंगे फिर at the end of the day most of you guys will hate me that I guarantee you, right? Every single trade I take tomorrow I'll show it to you guys tomorrow. Let's see how much at the
Yours
end
are
of the day I just
massaging
want to see
fingers.
how many people of you can keep up and take the trades with me. You can't. Everybody has that individual personality into the market. Just because I
True,
have fast
it
fingers,
cannot
that
be
doesn't
taken.
mean
It cannot be taken
it cannot be taken,
for
right?
sure.
Many of you guys
Even
are
half,
well
I am
educated.
sure even 50% of the trades will not be taken.
Right? So there's a difference. I got fast fingers. I have a good execution style. Many of the members are good IT personnel, well-educated people. Now, if I have to do a program or something, a basic program, I can't do it. I just don't know how to do it. I don't know उसका colon कहाँ रखना है, उसकी semicolons कहाँ रखना है, oh, symbols कहाँ रखना है. I just don't know all that. Not cup of my tea. Yeah, somebody drew a nice line. That's why I'm not trying to say match it with me. Be better than me. That's what I'm trying to say. Put in the efforts. All I have done after what my guru has
Only
taught me, I
practice.
put in my efforts. I have put in my time. I have put in my efforts. I do stay awake until sometimes at 2, 3 a.m. in the morning. And that's how I was doing my practice. Divakar ji, आप बोलिए क्या बोलना है? Tell me what do you want to see? Nifty media. Swing point here. How far it's going to go? So here's your swing point. Let's find the resistance zone. So here's your resistance zone right off the bat. So come on. You need for it to break out from this zone resistance. On the downside, support breakdown. On the upside, breakout. Upside again came down, broke down. So that's your zone that you have to be careful on your media, Nifty media. Once it breaks out, it's going to shoot up all the way up there. The one that's lagging from right, was that
Jixby, your voice is cracking up.
one second.
Jixby, are you there?
I'm here. My AirPods just died on me. I forgot to
could you
charge
please,
them
could you please repeat once again?
on this media.
Yeah.
Nifty media, all of the stocks in media are doing pretty well,
No,
except
you said that it's been a long consolidation. You said on media, right? From there
no,
we missed.
it's not a consolidation. This is where the problems are. This is where it's going to face resistance. Your support
Got it.
breakdown against support breakout
The
again.
resistance point.
Yeah, so this is the zone it's going to face trouble into. It needs to close above that zone. Your daily, weekly basis, it needs to close above that. Then you have a very good shot of media going on the higher side. What's dragging the media stock down is this guy right here, Z.
Z.
Yeah. This is actually this is the FI favorite stock Z, and I think Saturday or
Yes,
was it today?
definitely.
Saturday. The Sony and the Z merger has finally been approved, so it might get some positive movement now, right? But if you have to look from the swing point, here's your swing high,
300 to 200.
right? So here's your swing low. It's above that 0.30 to 0.3 threshold. You could have taken the trade, and now you have to look for that resistance into that zone, right? That 265. So immediately you're looking for that 265, and after that we have to see it if it's going to break above that, continue it on the higher side. But this is the one that's lagging into the market right now. See, it's way behind. Sun TV is far much better on it. Nice consolidation, and it's giving a good breakout above this. Even if you do your Fibos, it's a long, strong breakout, but it hasn't crossed that candle, the high zone. So you want to do wait for that pullback to happen somewhere around into this zone.
The one which has pulled this entire index is PVR, I think.
The PVR is at 52 high though, actually. I don't know if you guys noticed it or not.
I'm in and out of that buy.
I mentioned this in regard to.
Once it hit that 2000 levels, I'm in for that 5% and I've exited.
Yeah, fine. Nothing wrong with that strong, right? This is your swing high, this is your swing low.
Yeah, exactly. At that 2015 level, I have entered.
You broke that, and beautiful move.
Yeah,
Right, so
2015 I have
another
entered and 5% I have exited.
Exactly. You got your 5% into it. All you have to do is just manage it. Now it's all about your risk appetite and how you manage the stock. 5%, you book half, you trail the rest, it stops you, who cares? You got your 5%.
Yeah.
Right? You have to make
this which swing low we should take in this, on the right hand side or on the left hand side?
आप ही बताइए, आप ही बताइए चलो. Follow what I have told you and आप ही बताइए which ones you should take.
So I say 1, 2, 4, 6 wherever the low is there. I think that is the low.
Okay. What do you do on your swing highs and swing lows? First, you mark the ball. Right?
Yeah.
This is your swing high. This is your swing low. You broke that swing high. Now all of a sudden you have to do is move it.
Yeah. Shift to the other. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So this becomes your swing high. Nothing violated on this one. Nothing violated on this one. So your swing low gets moved. And your plotting comes here. Swing high, swing low. Boom. Boom. Simple. 30 seconds, you're done with your plotting. You wait for the levels to happen and you take the trade. Right? You wait for the levels, you take your trade.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Right? So look, swings, just don't go zoom in and say, okay, where's my swing point? No, zoom out a little bit. Look at the longer chart. Look at 3, 4, 5 months. Look at your swing points, plot them, sit back, relax, let the market do the talking.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yes,
Jitsa, one. Yeah, okay, sorry.
No, go on.
One question on the gap filling thing, because I think once you opened the chart of Nifty, there was a conversation going and you said the Nifty is likely to come back and fill the gap. Just wanted to understand how much importance we should give to the gap filling thing, and when it is likely that the price can come back and fill the gap, because not every time the price comes back and fills the gap. Sometimes it leaves the gap for a very longer duration. So how to identify? Is there a provision, or
there's no
there are other indicators? There are other indicators which you see, then you make a judgmental this thing that probably it can come back and do a gap filling.
No, gap filling to me is just a myth. There has been a gap back in 2004 or 5, if I can't remember it. It's very tough for me to find it right now, but that has not been filled yet. Does that mean the market's going to come down to those?
Gap down की बात बता रहा.
I think it was somewhere out here. Hold on, I'll show it to you. Here's one gap in 2016.
पहले बताया फिबोनाची के बारे में फिबोनाची फिबो लेवल्स जो हम बेचते नहीं देते आवाज
This gap that it created in 2016 has not been filled yet. Does that mean the market's going to come down and fill it? It's just a myth. There's no indicator to find this. Now, this might get narrowed down. Why? Because
the only thing is any gaps which are not filling within a span of 1 to 3 months of time, we can simply avoid that gap because it's not going to go there normally.
It's just a myth. But there's no significance to this gap filling in up down. It happens because we don't have enough liquidity, and because of SGX, this is what we're getting. Here, let me show you something. This Dow Jones, right? I put it on a daily time frame on Dow Jones. Show me one gap here. Show me one gap on Dow Jones a day. Why it's not doing that? Because it's 24 hours market. They have the liquidity to do that. We don't have that. That's why we see, look at how many gap ups and downs we have. How come Dow Jones doesn't have it? Get the gaps like here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. How many gaps? Right?
Off late to gap. Off late so you get a gap up, gap down. So it's so frequent nowadays.
But that's what I'm trying to tell you. That's just a myth that a gap has to be filled. It doesn't work like that. If that has to be filled, why didn't they fill it in 2020 when it came down all the way down to there? Why did they miss it by a few points? They just had a little more to go. 7,500 was the low. 70 to 23 was the gap. Another 100, 200 points. What difference does it make to them? None. So it's not about, filling up the gap. If you go to your local gas station, I ran out of fuel, let me go fill it up here. Tell good gap fill up. No, it doesn't work like that. It's just crap. One second, guys. I need to change my headphones. 1 second.
Okay, can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. So this thing about gap filling is just a myth. Don't focus too much on it. It's unfortunate that we get so many gaps, ups and downs into our Indian markets. But since that they launched that SGX in the gift city in Ahmedabad, in Gandhinagar recently in Gujarat, I think Friday or Saturday they launched it. I think that should get narrowed down now. Those executions and those trades should be going well. We shouldn't be seeing this many gaps up and gap downs from here on. And like I said, to me, it's just a myth to fill up a gap. But I don't believe in it.
Not
By your
sure, but as
yeah, please go on.
so
Go on.
yeah, Jigs. I don't know whether you have any thoughts or views on this. Even as we are on the voice call, just getting the topic again one more time. This is my observation. Like, see, all the big wigs are only moving in this space of whatever rally we are seeing in the month of July. July. I mean, all the big ones. For example, Biocon. Example, I'm saying in the pharma, this Sun Pharma has came up with the good results, and both Sun Pharma has rallied. But at the same time, even when Biocon came with the good results, it didn't rally up. The same is the case with the what do you say, Bajaj Finance and all this. In all this rally, we have not seen the leader of the board, the Nifty board. Reliance is not even making any move. I mean, only reason being the GRMs are low, so it is not making any profits. It's going down. Even with the good results, it has not rallied. Didn't even participated in this rally. So just thinking, is this a made up thing just to make a bounce, to say that people to refrain saying like, okay, we are into precision. Do you got? I mean, it's only a discussion per se. I'm asking.
So many things change into the markets now. Sometimes they change the weightage on these stocks just to manipulate the index. Constantly, we have to keep an eye on it, which ones are getting de-weighted and which ones getting listed into the MSCI, which ones getting kicked out of it. Recent one is Coal getting into MSCI and NMDC getting kicked out of it. There's an imbalance there, yet both of them are doing pretty well. Why? Because the metal index is doing well. Reliance, since being a big boy, they're manipulating Nifty by controlling HDFC and Reliance into this. DJ has mentioned this many times.
Correct.
The only
And
thing,
moreover, he told one more point also. Since this merger is going to take place, and HDFC, which is the fair favorite till now, it will get shifted soon.
right? So that's going to merge into HDFC Bank. So they have to play around with this, and that's very difficult for us as a trader to keep a track of. And we don't get all that information and the data accurately that we could keep a track of it. We find out when it happens.
Absolutely.
These guys are not going to let us know exactly what they're doing. What we do to our best ability is just to follow our technical levels. Now here's your
Okay.
Reliance, right? Here's your Reliance. You swing high here and you swing low here. Look at what it did on Friday. It closed above it. Now all you have to wait is just let it scoot above the highs level. Take the trade. Take the trade about 25.17. Keep your stop loss just below 2,500. You know, a couple of points below 2,500. You should be fine.
Okay, okay, got it.
So we are not such a big hedge fund that we could have all the data to our.
True,
It's very difficult for us
true.
as
But
a
why
general.
the leaders are not playing the Reliance is the, I mean, it's not about the trading part. Is this made up? Is this artificially pumped up rally? Is what I mean. Why? Because if all
No,
the
it can
trend
be.
liners are
I mean,
running,
fine. If we consider this as artificially, look at the results that are being posted. I mean, the results are speaking for themselves. Reliance didn't have a gung ho result. It's not performing. That's all. Look at Bajaj Finance. Look at Bajaj Finserv. They posted well results, didn't they? Sun Pharma posted good results. Right?
true,
So it's based
true.
on results they're moving. Just because Reliance is not moving, it's okay.
No,
But
no. I think Reliance results were not good. I think those were good. I think, but they told us GRMs were not good, or the GRMs is one-time profits they are getting, so
right,
they
right,
may not sustain for a long run.
right. So when crude is higher, generally Reliance does pretty well. And you saw that if you look at the chart of crude, when crude was at 10,000, Reliance was doing pretty well, right? Reliance was up there while your market was not performing well.
Correct.
So all of a sudden the GRMs are falling, so it's getting corrected into that. Does that mean it's going to stay behind? No, it'll catch up. It'll catch up. And
Okay,
so far, I don't know how the HDFC results were, but Reliance, nothing major to be worried about that. It's going to tank the markets
I
on the lower
think
side.
HDFC provisions were higher. I think, if I'm not wrong. I mean, those were like lackluster results, not a good ones or beating the expectations. Those were like flat or lackluster actually.
Right. So even
Even
even uh,
the
even
yeah,
Reliance posting lackluster or flat out results, your Nifty is firing. Your Nifty is firing. Your
mm,
stocks are firing. Your mid caps is picking up speed. Your small caps are picking up speed. Right. So one
correct.
of will be there, and give it 1 quarter, it'll fire up. It'll catch up. It might even catch up Monday. Reliance. Yeah, Reliance has that tendency to
Mm.
4 5% without any news. It doesn't need anything. It goes by itself, right? Same with HDFC. Here's another trick that I think I don't want to say it, but I'll say it anyway. Have you noticed when Nifty makes highs and HDFC doesn't, the market tanks on the downside?
Correct. Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
The
HDFC
reason
and Reliance
Or when
both.
HDFC is making highs and Nifty is not making highs, then it tanks. And then vice versa, the opposite happens. When HDFC is
because
making
Correct.
lows and Nifty is not making lows, it tends to move higher. Now, does it?
Absolutely. There were some days when Reliance was 10% high, but the Nifty was down.
No, this is just based on HDFC and Nifty. I'm
No,
not.
no, no.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm
The
not
only
talking
thing
about
is
any other
when
stock.
these heavyweights are used to balance one against the another. They are,
Right.
for example, most of the times when I have seen in my career, the most of the times when Nifty is making all-time highs is happening because of IT or because of some other indices, but not definitely due to HDFC or HDFC Bank or Reliance for sure.
All right. So
It
so
is
from
some other sectors which are pulling the Nifty up rather than these heavyweights.
okay. So from Monday, why don't you take a look at keep HDFC on your screen and then Nifty at the same time. Observe what HDFC does. If it's making the lows and Nifty's not making the lows within the next 5 minutes, it's going to make a U-turn and Nifty is going to shoot up on the higher side. Now, at the same time,
Okay.
it's HDFC is making highs and Nifty is not making highs. Nifty is going to make a U-turn and it's going to come down on the lower side. Here's my warning.
It's a vice versa. It's a
Here's
vice
my warning,
versa.
guys.
So
Here's my warning. Observe, note it down,
yeah, yeah,
observe it. Don't take the trade off. Observe what I'm teaching you. These are the tricks of the trades.
yeah.
I'll let
So
you know
okay, it's the
how to
other way
execute.
around.
I'll let you know
If
how to
Nifty
execute
goes
those trades.
down, no, if Nifty is up and HDFC is down, it means
No,
HDFC
no,
is,
no, no,
I mean,
no,
Nifty is going to
no,
come
no,
down.
no, no, Anilji, no. I'm gonna repeat it.
Sorry,
Listen
yeah.
carefully. If HDFC is making highs of the day,
Okay.
within that 5 minutes, if Nifty does not follow through and make highs of the day, then Nifty will come down on the lower side. Now,
Okay.
when HDFC is
Hmm.
making lows of the day and Nifty is not making lows of the day within that 5 minutes, Nifty will shoot up on the higher side.
Okay. That's a trick. I mean, the trade of the trick, whatever you
And
said,
that
yeah.
tick,
Right.
Trick of the
It's
trade, yeah.
and the trick includes Reliance also trading in opposite direction.
No. Don't think like that. It doesn't trade in the opposite direction. These are
No,
the
sometimes when HDFC is falling, either Reliance balances out or FMCG comes and balances out most of the time.
that they do. But how much are we going to track in a day, right?
It's not possible, bhai.
Right. So we're not going to focus on that. But this is one of the tricks I'm going to show you. I'll show you how to execute this trade. For now, I just want you to guys observe it for 1 week, for this and next week, from Monday to Friday. Just observe what's happening between Nifty and HDFC, or what I have said. Observe it, make a journal of it. I'll show you how to execute those trades and how to be profitable from that. Okay, these are
Okay.
called,
It's the HDFC, not the bank, right, Bhai?
no, not the bank, just the HDFC Limited.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay. Got it.
when the merger happens, we'll shift to HDFC Bank, but for now, only HDFC. Market is nothing about more than observation. The more you observe, the more it'll teach you. You have to scan. If you're especially focusing on intraday, scan those big heavyweights, those nifty stocks, scan them. And the more scanning you do, the more observation you do, you'll see it. You'll see it. The markets will talk to you. They'll teach you. They'll guide you. You don't have to guide yourself. Markets will guide you in that direction. What does DJ do? DJ focuses so much on fundamentals of it. He knows which sectors will fire after a month. Okay? It's not like that he goes to NSE at Bombay and finds out the data and comes home and says, okay, I know which sector is going to move next month. No, he's doing his homework. He's focusing on what's going to move the next month. He knows the macros of it. And he's guiding us on those. It's all about efforts into the markets. The more efforts you put in, the more you're going to learn. Market's not going to reward you. Just come into the market and say, you know, it's a bullish market. SGX is up. Dow was up 500 points. I'm going to take a long trade. I'm going to make my money today. Yeah, you will make some money, but not every single day it's going to happen like that. Right? So reading charts, practicing, observing, being patient, all this goes hand in hand. So now let's come to stocks. Which stocks you guys would like to look at?
IndusInd Bank.
IndusInd Bank. Take the bull by the horn. Beautiful breakout. Beautiful breakout.
In the
Little-
last week, this is one of the
little
stock which I have missed very big.
Little bit of resistance right into this zone, 1060. Be careful there. Don't jump into it right away because it has moved up pretty well. And now it's going to come into that resistance zone, right? So just be careful at around 1060 on Monday. Don't jump it, don't chase it. Let it do a pullback. On a pullback, you want to enter somewhere around here and you should be fine. Around 1,000 levels, if it does a pullback on that 1,000 level, go ahead and enter it. You should be in good hands.
Okay.
Right. Meanwhile, you plot your Fibonacci's, and when you do that one from your swing highs and swing lows, it's way up there. Now it's going to try to cross this resistance zone, and hopefully it'll shoot up on the higher side. Probability of doing it on the higher side Monday or Tuesday, less right now because I don't see much chances. Why? Because it has run up a lot. It needs to cool off a little bit now. Let it cool off a little bit. Your RSI is way up there at 80 at the same time on your daily charts, right? So let it cool off a little bit, let it do a pullback, then we could enter. If you had entered the stock somewhere probably on the lows or somewhere in the middle around 900, and you holding on to it, just put in your trailing stop loss and hang on to it. You don't need to do anything. Let the market stop you out. Those who are holding it. For somebody who wants to enter a fresh entry, wait for that pullback to happen. It will happen in the next couple of days, right? No need to rush it. Remember, you didn't miss this trade. It'll come back. It'll come back. It's out of 1,000 stock that you might miss a trade and say, oh, God damn, I wish I would have bought that Allah solution. So you missed that gravy trend. Fine. One off. Not all of them are going to be like that. They're going to do their pullbacks. They're going to retest their levels. Then they're going to shoot up. And that's what we want to see in the markets and good stocks, right? A lot of people are talking many good things about Allah solution. Well, what is it doing when the markets are hitting almost 17,300? It's making a 52-week low, right? Because he already had done his course. He shot up a lot. Right, so you could consider this as a base on it, but will it hold? Don't know. Look at on weekly there. This is price action on it, right? Nice tail, no confirmation yet. Yet the RSI is on the downside. Looks like more fall is going to come. How far can it go? We don't know. So if you have to plot the reverse on this LG, here's your swing low here, and here's your swing high on the top, right? So 453 is where Tanla needs to come and retest. Till then, that stock is not going to make a U-turn. Is it going to happen this week? I don't know. Will it happen this month? I don't know. You follow your levels, you stick by, you wait for it. Okay, next stock. Inducing is done.
Godrej Properties.
Good stock. Swing high resistance here. Okay. Pullback should be entered into it, not before that. So if it pops up a little on the higher side, what I mean, let these pullbacks happen. That doesn't mean, come tomorrow, Tuesday, you go ahead and short the damn stock. Don't do that. Pullback, let them short it. Whoever wants to short it out there, let them do it. We wait for that pullback. Why? Because we're looking at strength of the stock. Good strength in IndusInd Bank, good strength in Godrej Properties. Let it do the pullback, hang on to it, then shoot up for the higher sides. Right? This is the simplest way I would draw my Fibonacci support and resistance. Nothing much there to do. Now all I have to do is just wait for the levels to come, let it execute. Let it come down there, let it get triggered and execute your trade. Hang on to it, put in your stop loss, sit back and relax. Even if you do your trend line on it, it looks pretty good. Right, so your trend line from top 1, 2, 3 points touch. Good stock. A lot of catching up to do on Godrej properties. I mean, property stocks are not gung-ho yet, but they should bounce up, showing good signs of them.
But I think the reality index has broken out. So I am taking a trade. I'm carrying this trade. It's already.
Yeah, if you have a trade already into it, hang on to it, put in your stop loss, and keep trailing it. That's all you have to do. You don't have to change it. You could carry these trades for another 2-3 months as long as your trading stop loss doesn't hit. Right? Let the market stop you out. So where's the realty? CNX realty.
Yeah. Well, just checking out, do I need to hedge at this point of time or should I let it move? I mean, that's why I just asked you to
Just keep your trailing stop loss into that. You'll be fine.
Okay.
Right? On your index, your realty index. Oops. Oh, why am I doing this? Yeah. Again, if you follow your Fibo and your trend lines, you're fine. It's breaking out just a little bit here. Fine. And here's your support. Let it do pullbacks, and then when you get that support into this index around here, you could go ahead and enter it. Right, which is on 440, 430. That zone, if it does a pullback, good place to enter. So realty stocks are fine as well. Next, which one?
Deepak Nitrate is into the 3.38 zone by in Fibo.
Like I said, guys, just because I'm using Fibo, that doesn't mean you have to use it, right? You have to find your niche, right? But here's your 0.3 above it. Your stop loss comes in at 1880, roughly, let's say, right? You hang on to the stock. The next target that you want to shoot for is this zone right here. You want to shoot for this zone. 2025 and 2051, and eventually 2100. But this, you have to manage it. Now, even if you do your trend line, not a major one yet here. In a sense, it's a sloppy one. Nothing there. Trend line on that there, but let's look at higher ones. A little way to go on this. Again, got that falling trend line, that resistance zone. So this is your potential target. So long as you keep your stop loss at 1880, that should be fine on this one.
If you notice it, there is a small trend line within this trend line. Yeah, if you see the bottom here, that could be the falling channel.
Yeah, that's fine. You're fine with this stock.
Yeah,
I don't see this stock, actually breaking down on the low side. It might do a little pullback just because your market might get a little bit weak in probably next day or two, and for that reason, it might do some pullback. But other than that, I think it's going to hit that 2050 and even 2100 eventually. So if somebody wants to take this trade for the August series, you can wait for that pullback, enter it, and you should be fine. It should hit that target. Right? So you're basically looking at 150, 200 points on the upside on this for the month of August.
Yes, but yeah, absolutely.
Next stock. Just 1 second, guys. Just 1 second. All right, go ahead, guys. Which one? Hello.
Can you just check ITC? Why it is not able to sustain the breakouts? To 205 level. It is always going to that place, then coming back, pulling back to 202 levels, 203 levels. Oh, sorry, 303. It's just still in my mind. It's
I think you have marked 304.5 levels on this particular stock, I guess.
See, ITC, what can I say? This is my highest holding in my portfolio. So I'm a little biased on this stock and I don't see it falling. I'll be very honest. It might do its pullbacks, but I think eventually it's going to break out and it's going to head above 360. That's my view on ITC. It's a turtle stock in the sense that it doesn't move that fast. And when it does, it moves, barely 2-3%. This is an investment stock, not as a trading stock. This is not meant for trading, ITC. People trade into it, that's fine. The best strategy DJ showed me a couple of months ago was to use my position, my leverage.
Longer consolidation, and during the result time, the 10% one on an annual basis, it has to move 15%. So when it is not moving more than that percentage for more than a year, jump into the stock. That's the one, right? By you are saying?
Yeah, but it's into that resistance zone here.
That worked very well, actually.
So just a little higher on this, and this is where it's hitting that zone. It needs to close on a weekly basis. It needs to close above 315. 315, 320 zone. Only then they'll take out that 360, that 380, whatever's on the higher side up here. But nice and steady, it's going up. Nothing to worry about it on this stock. But this stock is not meant for trading at all. Absolutely not. Right? If you want to take deliveries, you're fine, but never trade into this stock. That's just me. That's my opinion. DJ had taken a couple of times trades on ITC. The only thing I do is, since I have so much quantities on my cash portfolio, all I did was just sell the damn thing on the higher side, the options. But ITC is fine. To my opinion, I think this would, by the end of this year, it should cross that 360 zone easily. Good momentum going on with it. Even if you check the weekly charts, it's fine. It's up there. The monthly, need to check. That's good up there. Strong candles anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth month in a row. Pretty strong. So something might be coming up on ITC, demerger of their stocks, of the hotel business, tobacco business. I don't know. Either way, it's going to go up. That's for sure. Major consolidation at 325 here. Yeah, that 325 monthly candle, if it closes above this, sky's the limit for it then. How far can they push it? I don't know. The more the merrier for me. That's all I could say. Which else? Any other stocks?
By Happiest Minds.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Just there as a breakout. Now, all we need to just plot is the swing highs and lows right here. See here? Any pullbacks onto this one, just latch onto it. It's going to break out from this trend line. It's going to shoot up. Let's shoot up nicely. I did want to see it on the lower side just a little bit, but good consolidation happened on this, and it's shooting out on the higher side. So your pullbacks into 925, 930 zone, good to load up on it. You'll be fine. थोड़ा सा नीचे आएगा फिर शूट अप हो जाएगा. And DJ's one of long-term picks is happiest mind. So at any given point, you get a good 5% dip on it. Good for investment? Absolutely, because DJ has done his homework on it. Recently, he mentioned, I think, 4 or 5 stocks into the group, and one of them is the happiest mind. One of the persons wanted to look for a long term for their children's education. So he recommended this. So DJ has a lot of things in his head that when he picks out a stock, obviously. Delivery based, you could technically wait for that little pullback to happen. Then you could take this straight up and you'll shoot up on the higher side nicely. That's a good stock. Yep.
I wanted to look for AB Capital as well.
AB Capital. I hate this group. This Birla group, I hate this group. I mean, it's so dead stocks on these.
By last week we made decent on AB Capital, boy.
It's breaking out from
But these stocks do not go down.
The entire group I hated. I mean, I just don't know. Aditya Birla Group never made money.
They don't run for longer times. they consolidate for longer time frames.
I mean, seriously, for so long, they don't give you anything. They don't give you good returns. I mean,
Maybe we should look these stocks for hedge selling, just like ITC, which we have done previously in the last 2 years.
Actually, I think these stocks are worse than ITC.
Just sell the options and get away.
I just hate this group. I don't know. Personally, I hate it. Right. I mean, you get good movements in if you're doing trading in Grasim or Ultratech, you get good movements in.
But trading. Only Grasim is a good stock buy to trade.
It is. Like I said, you could trade your stocks on Ultratech and Grasim. You're fine. You get good movements out of those two.
Because Grasim is holding 4 companies within the same company.
That I'm not aware of, but when it pops up on my screen, the cement stocks, that's one of them that you want to look at, Grasim, because it moves pretty nicely. Right? I can see all of these stocks. We're a little late on it to do this webinar. Unfortunately, I was a little late. I'll be very honest. But we could have captured all this, this 0.3, and we would have captured all this. Now we can't take a trade here because it's already run up. We have to wait for those pullbacks to happen. Right. So Aditya Birla, again, it needs to do a pullback. Somewhere around 100 zone, it needs to pull back. Then we could say, let's look at it and take that trade on. For now, all these are waiting for pullbacks to happen. Is it going to come? I don't know. It should happen by Tuesday. All these stocks should do a pullback. Even Nifty should do a pullback. It's not doing it. I had one of our members asked me, Jix, what do you see? 17,200 on closing basis. Now, here's my problem. If they close above 17,200 on a daily basis, especially on a weekly basis, above that, I think a fresh bull market will start into the Indian markets. That has been my view for quite some time. That 17,200 will be the threshold on a weekly basis. If we close above that, we are in for a good long upside targets on Nifty. But we're very close to it, and we need to see how it plays out this entire week.
Can you check?
Positionally, if we see also normally also if we see one trend in Nifty is Nifty gives a annual return of 15 to 20% normally. But if we see from last what do you say, from April to till this till July or August from the last year, we are in negative returns, so we might head higher.
Study just
because mutual funds will be performing heavily, all the index funds will be performing under the baseline, so it has to go up.
I'm not sure about that because, like I said, I'm not a big-time investor. The biggest portfolio I have in my portfolio is that ITC. I have a very good chunk of it. That I mean, I have stocks for deliveries. No question on that. Probably holding
This
still.
is just a random thought from DJ Bhai, which he has told earlier. The same like ITC. The same with the mutual fund managers also will happen the same. This is what I was thinking. I might be completely wrong, but this is the logic which I'm pertaining to.
Yeah. So I don't remember when DJ sold his stocks on ITC. Did he make a right decision? He probably did, because he turned that into some other stocks, and those moved much faster than ITC.
He shifted the funds. He shifted the funds to other stocks. By
Exactly. So I didn't. I mean, I respect DJ's view, but I do have a very good chunk in it, and I didn't exit that ITC. I'm holding on to it. But at the same time, whatever DJ recommended and shifted his funds into, I have taken those trades. Right. Well, you're fine. You see, that depends on your individual. What do you want to do? What's your long-term goal? What do you want to view it as? For me, ITC would be my retirement, and hopefully everything will get demerged, and I'll make extra money out of it. You know, I get those other stocks, they move up, yuppie, my retirement is happy. That's my goal on ITC. And majority of my investment in ITC is for my trading. So whatever profits I make on a monthly basis, those are the funds that are going into that. It's not out of my pocket money that's going into ITC. So I'm okay to hold on to
a retirement fund.
So everybody has their own individual way to look at it and how to take those trades.
By one more thing is, could you look at Amar Raja? It is looking like a 20% upside from here for me.
You know, it had been a good stock, and since Excite came out with excellent results, this will fire up for no reason, right? Nice consolidation, and it's breaking out. The moment I saw Excite's results, and I was thinking about Amar Raja, I hold that in my portfolio as well. But I'll be very honest, I'm holding it from 700. I'm way up there. I'm way up there. I'm still holding on to it, right? I lost a good amount on this one, but I'm holding on to it. And eventually it should fire up. But yeah, you got your 20-30% coming into the stock easily.
I have entered at 465 levels by recently in a temporary in an option. But I want to, since it is closing above 480, I wanted to get into futures actually, because this is if this is closing above this, it is looking highly possible for 535 and 585.
Right. So that's your 535, which is good. Your support
Yeah,
broke
correct.
down. So
Yeah, correct.
And your 585 absolutely perfectly marked. Perfectly marked, right?
Because
beautiful.
This is looking promising for the monthly trade.
Right. Very lagging stock, actually. A little bit disappointed on this stock. I'll be very honest. Not because I'm holding it, because it never performed at all this entire year. It just didn't. It just couldn't pull itself up.
Maybe due to politics.
Even though we know that EVs are doing fine, Amar Raja is going to get into those EV segments. He's going to sell his batteries. But for some reason, it's just not working out, right? But
no. I'll tell you the reason why. Thing is that basically Amar Raja Batteries is based out of Andhra Pradesh by initially. Okay. Now Andhra Pradesh government has turned out on most of the companies and asking for bribes. Okay. So they said that we will not be, in a position to support these kind of things and all. And what the government has done is they said that you are polluting the entire Tirupati Chittur district, so we don't want you to be here. And what Amar Raja has taken into consideration is that they wanted to shift to Tamil Nadu. So because of this, the stock is in complete consolidation and in down phase for past 6 to 8 months of time. This is what the fundamental change that has kicked into the thing. And the chairman of this Amar Raja Batteries is Galla Jaydev. Okay, he's one of the ex MP guy in the opposition party, which is sitting right now. So the ruling party is against them. That's the reason these people are having a tough time.
Okay, so I wasn't aware of this, and like I said,
say it please.
It was a good stock, and for some reason it just went out of the map. And unfortunate that it did, because potentials of it going much higher were much there. But let's see, 20%, 30% or up move from this stock from 500 level, it's easily on the cards. There's no question on that. So if somebody wants to take delivery, come Monday morning, go ahead and jump on it. You got your 20-30% coming in a very short time on this one. No questions on it. Yeah, you got your resistance,
But
you know,
once
that we should be
Godrej
fine.
resistances are fine now by 535
Yeah.
and 585.
Yeah, absolutely, perfectly marked.
Okay. Why could you please check on Godrej Consumer and the Tata Consumer once by?
Sure. It's the same scenario. Look, all these stocks have started moving up recently, just as Nifty has. Again, you know, it's doing a good consolidation. Wait for the breakout to happen above 900 on this one. When it crosses that 900, latch onto it. Right? Godrej. Don't do that pullback trade on this one. Wait for that breakout to happen. When it crosses that 900, latch
Exactly.
onto
That's
it.
what I wanted to ask you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait,
So go
900.
above 900 rather than doing it support.
Right. So don't go exact 900. Do 902 on it. Let the 902 cross on it. Because generally what happens, you know, psychologically, when it comes to a round figure number, a lot of people tend to jump
Yeah,
in.
plus or minus 0.5% of the trade.
Right. So all of a sudden people jump into it, all of a sudden it does a pullback from it. And a lot of people get disappointed that, oh, damn, now I need to square up and blah, blah, blah. So right around 902, go jump into it, hang on to it. It should be fine. Even if you had noticed on Reliance on Friday, it hit that 2,500. All of a sudden, it did a pullback of, I think, 10 to 12 points. And I was scratching my head. Why does it do that? Oh, Jigs, you forgot. It's a psychological round figure number. Oh, yes, yes, yes. It's going to move up. And eventually, by the end of the day, it shoots up what? 25.18, right? Which is a little more than 0.5%. Not bad on Reliance to do that in the last half an hour. So if you had that thought process in there, you looked at it, you could have taken that trade, 15, 20 points, you easily could have gotten out of Reliance on Friday. So what I'm trying to say is when it comes to that round figure numbers, 100, 200, 300, 500, 700, that's when, you know, you have to be a little careful. It might touch it, do a pullback, then kick out of it. It won't do it initially, you know, right through that, kick out on the upside. And the other one was ACC, if you could look at it.
Yeah, it closed about 2,200, but again it came down.
Right, 2,200, right? So one of my friends from my town's group is saying, Jigs, this is going to break out. It's going to break out, but Jigs is holding it at 2209. So be careful there. Right, so this is also in my portfolio, and we're having a very
No,
tough time.
ACC and Ambuja, it is, yeah. ACC
gonna
and
break out.
Ambuja, it's getting lifted. This one, ACC.
Yeah, ACC, even in the group, I had mentioned that it had some problems at 2200. Why is it having that problem? Not because of the chart. I think it's a little more of an internal problems they have, or they're doing some shifting. I don't know. I don't follow these.
I think because of this Adani, no. I think because of the Adani acquisition, if the price is rallying much, Adani has to pay more for the shares. I think they are, you know, stopping the stock to go beyond 1 point, I think.
Yeah, that could be the reason, right? And you get disappointed because when you're holding that in your portfolio and you see all the other cement stocks running up and your stock is not, that kind of pisses you off a little bit then. Okay? But yeah, it has its time. It's coming there. It should move up now easily.
Last month just hedged with the 2,200 call option when you have told me the same, and I have exited that and I have jumped to JK Cement.
Yeah, JK Cement is much better, but that again was way down there. Now it's pulling itself up. It's this one and Dalmia Bharat. Dalmia Bharat also been beaten down pretty badly. I mean, really badly beaten up. Look at these stocks. At highs at 3,800 roughly, and you're getting it at 2,000.
It's traded up badly, but the only problem is with Dalmia Bharat is the liquidity.
Yeah, it's pretty liquid. Dalmia Bharat is pretty liquid stock.
Dal Bharat is not.
It might not be in options, but in futures it's pretty liquid. In cash, it's pretty liquid.
Because I keep watching the spread itself will be sometime 8 to 12 points. So that's the reason I avoided Dal Bharat.
Yeah, when you see those spreads happening, you know, you get disappointed. I get disappointed many times when I see those spreads, you know, especially on a low stock of 15, 1600 bucks. You see a spread of 8, 10, 12 points. That's pathetic. Seriously. But you have to stay with those trades. You know, like I said, if you follow your levels, you mark off your levels, you're fine. You're fine with that. Right? On a higher swing highs and lows. This is your swing high, this is your swing low. Right at the cusp of it, isn't it? Right at there. Look at that. Beautiful. Then you got a little resistance here. So 1645 and above, this is ready to shoot up like anything. So next stop would be all the way up to 1800 right here. Because that's where your support and breakdown comes in. Right? Just about a tick here a little bit.
By once you can check Siemens.
Yeah. This also did a 52-week high and it did pretty nicely, ran up nice. So its 52-week high was 25.74, and then it just shot up, give you good, nice, clean 10% out of it easily. Right. Consolidating a little bit. You just don't want to see a close below this on this 26.25. If there's a close below that, then if you're holding on to it, you might need to exit because then it'll come down and retest all the way down here. 25.19, 2500, it'll come down and retest that zone. But Siemens, LNP, ABB, all these stocks are doing pretty well. So that sector is performing well on the upside. It ran up. It might do a pullback here. You just want to be careful at 26.25. You don't want to see it close below that. Because if it does, then it'll come back and test that 2500. Right? Just a little hesitation there. Other than that, it should be fine. So on the extensions, if you look at it, this is your swing high up here, and this is your swing low. So potential up there, 2900 is the potential of it. The high it made almost 2800, missed it by 100 points, which is still not bad, right? So 26.25 on it. That's all you have to be careful on it. That's all. And that should be fine on the upside one. Keep an eye out on metal stocks. Your DXY is coming down pretty significantly, and that should aid the metal stocks. They should run up pretty well. All I'm waiting for, I'm sure DJ is going to get happy if this breaks right here.
We'll be much more happy. DXA below 101.
Yeah, it's going to get there. Eventually, it's going to get. I mean, these are your basic supports of it, right? Just by looking at the charts, I mean, it doesn't take a genius to do this. You're looking at the charts, you're looking at your swing points, and all of a sudden you realize where your supports and resistance are. You mark it off, you wait for it. This is looking more likely it's going to fall on the lower side. Your daily is coming down, RSI. All you want to do is just find out on your weekly. Weekly is also indicating on the downside. Now the max is your monthly. The monthly, a little hesitation up there, but then again, it's way up there. So it's time that this guy comes down on the lower side.
Battles looking promising for this month.
Yes, they are. They are. And we looked at Prakash, like I said, Prakash Industries. It closes about that 58. Yes. I'll jump into that stock. Right. But till that, it doesn't do that. I won't jump in. I mean, I'm already holding that stock. Right. I don't need to. So within that, you find other stocks that are doing pretty well, and you don't have that in your portfolio. You want to do your trading stocks on it, you could do it. I think the best stocks from metals to trade is Jindal, JSW Steel, Tata Steel. Let's see after the split how it works out, because generally after splits, stocks tend to become a little crappy. Yeah, tend to become a little crappy, right? So you don't want to look at that. So Jindal, JSW, VEDL you have there. The other one I'll throw in is Hindalco. I think these are the fours I would go as trading stocks for me. VEDL, I love it.
Or Hindu Copper buy.
Which one?
Hindu Copper buy. Looking at it looks like it is heading to 116.
Yeah, but I see in copper, I would take it in deliveries rather than trading into that stock. That's just my personal view. For trading, I mentioned those four stocks, and those are the best ones that you want to trade. For delivery, you could easily
get into weekly ones.
Yeah.
There is a stiff resistance at 116 level. There is a normally at 116 levels, it has a very stiff support, which it has tested 4 to 5 times, and now I think it is heading there.
And not only that, look at your divergence that's happening on your weekly. That May 9th weekly candle, right? Yeah, 33.54, and You come back in June, it's at 35. Right here was that give off right there. Positive divergence is shooting up. It's been beaten down, they'll go up. Metals were beaten down, they'll catch up.
Regarding sale,
Sale is good.
it has come down a lot, no?
Yeah, it has come down a lot. Sale is good. It came down probably because somebody said
Graph,
Rakesh
graph and growth.
Jhunjhunwala exited.
Can you explain?
Sorry?
Right now, very low graphs and resistance.
Yeah, I'll show it to you. So here's your.
I think we cannot rely on RJ's information. I think because last time when he has exited Titan, Titan after that it has rallied almost 25%, and the same is happening on Delta Corp right now.
Yeah. Good observation.
Yeah, even escorts, right?
Yeah, even escort. That's escorts is actually, I believe it's at an all-time high.
Escorts is because of the Kubota issue.
Let me finish with this with sale. So sale, you might run into a little bit of resistance in this zone right here between 80 and 86. Little hefty on it, but that's the zone you have to be careful about. Once it closes about that 87, then you have a good clean shot at 112. Then it shouldn't have any problems. Again, your weekly RSIs are way down there. Finding good support, building base, your DXY is falling. So if anybody has delivery, hang on to it.
Thank you.
Rama phosphates.
Which one, Rama?
Rama phosphates.
Yeah, one second.
Rama phosphates.
Yeah. I'm holding stocks in this actually. I mean,
you don't want to buy it until
but
it
this
closes.
is a
I am
pure
holding
long-term
at the
bet, right?
332 actually.
Yeah, but wait for this one. Let it. If it wants to fall, let it fall. If you have deliveries, don't panic. Hang on to it, right? Let's see. I mean, it's not going to fall further so much. Another 10, 20 points it might fall. That's fine. But if somebody wants to add on to it, wait for that, for it to cross at 300, then add on to it, right? For now, wait for that pullbacks to happen. Somewhere around here. If you get this level
Yeah,
around
exactly.
here,
Yeah.
around
If you want
200,
to add,
208, if
it
you
has
get
to cross 300, right?
right, so if you get it around here, add on to it. Till then, don't, because I'm sure everybody's holding this Rama phosphate. I'm holding it as well. Wait for it. If it crosses at 300, we'll buy it. If not, we'll wait for that pullback into that 200 zone to happen. I mean,
I think that is the zone at which we have started to invest by initially. The
yeah.
200 zone is the point where we started to get into Rama phosphates.
Right. So even if you look at while investing, if you look at RSI, it's coming down into that oversold zone. That doesn't mean what I'm about to say. That doesn't mean the stock won't tank a little further from there. It might, but is it a good time to go ahead and add on to it? Absolutely. Why? Because you have the conditions out there. Your DXY is falling. Your metal index is looking positive from here on. So if it gives you a pullback and you get it at around 210, 200, absolutely, put in some money into there. If not, wait for that breakout to happen and wait for it to shoot up on the higher side.
Okay.
Just hang on to it. I mean, stocks do go through these kinds of phases. There might be an internal issue on it. I'm sure DJ's onto it, and if there's any abrupt thing to happen, he'll let us know. For now, technically, either we get at 210 or we wait for that 300 to break out. Till then, just sit tight.
Okay, thank
you. Yep. Any other
So
stock?
if we are done with equities, if you don't mind, once we are done with equity F&O, let's move to commodities by like natural gas and crude.
Commodities. What do you want to
Because
know?
I'm not getting a clear direction. Yeah, I'm not getting a clear direction on crude and natural gas.
Here, let me put up something for you. 1 second. All right. Cool. Okay, so what do you want to know on crude?
Thing is that I think someone is saying.
You want to see the simplest trick in crude? It's a very simple trick. But it could be annoying sometimes, but majority of the times it will work for you. RSI 35, RSI 70. Okay, just follow me what I'm saying right now. On the high side, RSI 70. On the lower side, RSI 35. When it comes to RSI 70, sell. When it comes to 35, buy. In between, whatever your comfort zone is, 50, 100, 200 points, take it, walk away. One trade per day. In a single day, it will either hit the RSI on the higher side or on the lower side. Every single day, either the RSI would be on the lower side of 35 or on the higher side at 70. If it's on the lower side,
on 30 minutes, okay.
It's the settings on RSI is 35, 70, and the median is 50.
Roger.
I'll throw that into the group as well.
Even in 5 to 15 minutes time frame, RSI hits from low to high, right? For every trending stock.
Only on 30 minutes.
Okay.
These are the things that I have tried and tested. So keep it on 30 minutes, guys. Right? Like I said, nothing wrong in exploring on a 5 minutes, on a 1 minute, on a 15 minutes, on a 1 hour. You have to find that observation. This is my observation. Each day I take a single trade in either on the long side or on the short side. And I'm happy with it. I'm happy with my 50, 100 points. I'm happy with it. That's just, pocket money in the evening. You take that trade, you hit it, you go home.
Super.
Right? Observe it for the week. Everything I have said, make sure you guys are doing observation just before you jump in. This is my way of trading it. So that doesn't mean it's going to work for you, right? First observe it, then do the rest. But what I share is what I take. I'm not gonna say, let me just show it to these guys and I'll be okay, hanky danky. It works for me, and I could prove it to you. Right?
No, it's working.
Crude is very, very simple. Natural gas, it goes all over the place. I mean, it's been only a couple of months that
the most unstable stock is natural gas. It will fire 5%, it will fall down 5% in an intraday.
See, commodities, I just have started recently, about a couple of months ago. Still, I need some observations to be done on natural gas. One of the members just asked me this couple of days ago, and I told him the exact same thing that I'm telling you guys. Natural gas, I need a little more time to observe it because it gets very volatile on what Ukraine does. It's very unsettled. I mean, if you look at your daily chart, look at it, how volatile this stock is. I mean, this commodity is. This is your high at 750, then it made a low, 426, and it shoots up at 764 in a time frame of what? From June 8 to July 26.
Hardly 1.5 months.
Right. So let's just say 2 months roughly. And in 2 months, you got 750 on the downside. It goes to almost 300 points on the downside. Then it shoots up another 300 points on the upside. That's a 600 point swing that it did. Natural gas. This is its history. It's the history here. Nothing major. Just because of what's happening in Ukraine, this is what's happening here. Right, so need a little time more observation on natural gas to pinpoint and say, when it hits that 30 on the higher side, go ahead and sell it because it's not working. Here's the 30 RSI up here at 690, and you sold it and it just shot up way up there. 755. The lot size on it is at 1250. Obviously, no one's going to keep that stop loss that high, right? You get butchered. What's
exactly
that? That's almost 60 points. That's 72,000 rupees loss roughly off my head. Okay, so it's not working on natural gas according to RSI. In crude, it's working beautifully. It's working beautifully. I mean, you could, after we are done here, you could go back and look at your charts and observe it. It's just working beautifully. You might have these one-offs here where it just shoots overly. But this was based on some news. That's why it dropped so fast, right? And eventually it came down a little bit more, came down, and then it bounced right back up there. But majority of the time you'll see it, it works. It works beautifully. The stop losses, you might have to keep a little extra on it. This week, observe it.
We need to keep a stop loss of 40 RSI by.
You can, I'll post, see what you're seeing right now. Yeah, this is trading view, but this is not my original trading view. I'm just using my daughter's login. Right now, I haven't logged into mine yet. Because mine has all the drawings, and if I'm gonna show you some things, I need to delete that, and I don't want to go back and redraw everything. So I'm using my daughter's account right now, just to log in. Okay, but it's the same concept. I just don't want to use my account because if I delete it, then I have to redraw all those things. And for that reason, I haven't showed it. That nothing else. But it's the same concept. And on crude, I'll post you the weekly levels into the group. Commodities, I'll post.
Sure.
Right, in Nifty, Bank Nifty, I'm not gonna do it. Why? Because I want you guys to push yourself a little bit, learn a little bit on your own. Be it wrong, who cares? Yeah,
Definitely,
right. Right. I used to send my charts to my guru and say, hey, this is what I look at it. Right or wrong, he'll guide me. I'm not a guru, but I'll guide you. Right?
Excellent.
Don't think,
actually, that is what we require as of now.
Somebody might have a misconception that Jigs just wants all the attention. No, I want to make sure that if I push you enough, you will learn on your own. If I don't push you, you're not going to learn. That's why for the past week and a half or whatever, I haven't posted those Nifty weekly levels or the indexes levels. I'm not going to do it. Why? Because I want to see you guys go ahead and do it on your own. I want you to become independent. That's my goal. Be independent. Be yourself. Make that money. Make those extra trades. Punch in 30, 40 trades per day. That's what I want to see. Right? And how's that going to happen? If you have done your homework and if you know what you're doing, if you have done your levels yourself, you plotted them. When you start plotting these levels, you see a lot of things happening on your charts. It make a lot of difference, guys. And that's the reason I'm pushing. You do your trend lines, you do your MACD, do whatever you want. Stick with it. You're not sure, send me directly. Don't post it in the group if you don't want to congest too much into the group. I could understand that. Send me directly. I'll answer each and one of you. Even during day, during live markets, I try to answer everybody that I can. Sometimes I might be late 5-10 minutes because I might be into a trade or probably I have wandered off or I'm just messing around at my home, right? That might happen, but I'm not going to miss anybody's message that I'm not going to come back and answer. I'll do my best to answer everybody and to the best of my ability, right? So the more you post, the more you'll learn, the more both of us will learn. I might not know something that's out there. I might learn something new. Recently, one of our members is working on Punchak. He takes his trades on based on this Punchak thing. And I looked at it and I was like, I'm amazed. I was like, holy crap. I never looked at it from that angle. Is it working for him? Yes. Okay. So there's so many things out there that everybody needs to learn. If you need some learning materials on GAN or Fibonacci or any other MACDs, RSI, whatever you want to learn, you could just throw me a ping on my Telegram at Jigs999. Whatever the subject or whatever the topic that you need learning materials on, let me know. We'll provide you with that. What else you guys want to see now?
By just one thing I was not clear,
Yes.
like for positional trades, swing positional trades that we take, when do we take an exit? Like at what fib levels are we taking exit? Is it based on trend line again, or how? Can you explain that once more?
Sure. It could be based on your trend lines. It could be based on your FIBO levels. And it depends on your risk appetite and your trading stop loss. Now, for example, if you're taking a trade at FIBO 0.30 as a swing trade, and it shoots up above 80, you're making good money. Now the gap between that 0.80 and 1.68, which is the next level I have, there's a huge gap in between. In that, what do you have to do? Either you have to follow your trend line or you have to do your trailing stop losses. If it hits you out, let it hit you out. If it doesn't, you just keep on riding. Where do you exit? There's no set specific of it. And one of the examples I gave was Bajaj Finance. I exited and the next day it went at 10%. Was I wrong in exiting?
Same thing happened with the Bajaj Finance. That's why I
But
wasn't sure.
But Dax, we move on to it. We cannot focus on that. See, we're here to make money. So if we make money from Bajaj Finance and we missed the 10%, but we made another 5, 6, 7% in some other stock, is that okay? Yeah, it's okay. It's absolutely okay, Dax. Don't worry about getting the full lot of it. So you know how we say it in Gujarati, pura laddu kyun khate ho? Aadha khana. Yeah? There's no need to eat the entire laddu. Just take the half of it. Be happy with it. Move on. There's so many stocks. Rotate your money. Rotate. DJ could have held on to his Bajaj Finance. He knows where it's going to go. But that was an F&O. He's happy with the money he made. He exited. There's a difference of holding on a stock in an F&O. There's a difference holding that particular stock in cash.
Yeah.
Right? So if you're holding on to cash, you don't need to worry about it. In F&O, maro or niklo yaar. Turn that money, turn it around, turn it. Rotate karo usko. No set targets here, Dax. Just keep that in mind. You feel happy about what you made, exit. You don't need to ask anybody. And you don't need to worry about it, where it's going to go after that. Don't even look at it. Because if you look at it, you're going to get upset. I wish I could. You'll take out your calculator and say, you know, goddamn, I wish I had waited this long. No, it doesn't work like that. Move on, Dax.
True.
Find the next one. Go for it. At the end of the day, make sure you make money. That's the focus. That's where your focus should be. Not how much you made. You made profits. That's your focus. Once that happens and you're consistent on that, week on week, month on month, you're consistent on that, those profits are going to flow in like anything. Believe me. They'll flow in. And that's exactly what Tahir Bhai had taught me, Dax. Automatically आएगा. और कोई रोक नहीं पाएगा उसको. That's for sure. Right? So no set targets. You feel comfortable, exit the damn thing. No need to ask anybody, especially when you're trading in F&O stocks, guys. In cash, yeah, hang on to them. Hang on, ride that. Go for that 1x, go for that 2x. Hang on to it. That's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Not in F&O. Yeah, because you're as it is, when you're buying it, the lot size is heavier. You're not going to buy the same amount in cash, are you? So are you getting a bonus? So what are you worried about it? If you miss 5% of that 20% stock that it moved, who cares? That comparison वैसे कर लो. What's the lot size of Bajaj Finance? 125?
125.
Right? 125. Now you multiply that, excuse me, yeah. And what was the price a couple of days ago on Bajaj Finance? Somewhere around 6,000?
6,000.
You multiply that 6,000 into 125. How much is that?
It becomes 8 lakhs.
8 lakhs. Will you be able to invest 8 lakhs into that stock? No, right? Then
No,
that's why you.
not possible.
For some might be possible. Not everybody could do that. So people go into that. So
Yeah,
you already
majority.
you already have a lead start. So you might be investing, let's say, 1 lakh into Bajaj Finance in cash, but all of a sudden you're getting that opportunity to go in it at 125 from F&O or options. You're already making tons of money. Take it, run. ले लो profit. पूरा लड्डू मत खाओ. नहीं खाने देगा ये market किसी को.
So yeah.
That's my guarantee. पूरा लड्डू तो किसी को नहीं खाने देगा. You could take that to the bank. Right? You take the best of it. You feel happy about it. You sell your profits and you exit out and you be happy with that. Spend that money, into the right stock and reinvest it into the right delivery stocks that you feel comfortable about it. Sit back. There's a long way to go on the markets. F&O में जितना profit मिले वो delivery में convert कर दो. You'll be much happier. There's a point in there when it comes into the stock market, you have to pull out your profits. You cannot just keep your profits into the market. The one who brings home the money, that's the one who made it. I could make, let's say in a year, I could make 50 lakhs. But if I keep reinvesting that money into 50 lakhs, have I made any profits? On paper, yes, I have. Have I brought any home? No, I haven't. Right? So at times, there will be a time when it comes down, you say, okay, I invested 10 lakhs. My portfolio went up another 15, 20 lakhs. I'm happy. Let me pull out some money. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. But you need to find out when you want to double your capital. If you want to go 2x, 3x, 4x, 5x, when you're comfortable pulling out that money. Right? Until you don't bring home money, you're not actually making money, are you? I do pull out money. I do pull out money on a regular basis, on a weekly basis. I pull out money. I take that money, I reinvest it in gold. I reinvest it into my daughter's savings account. I do numerous other things, right? You have to constantly pull out. I cannot keep on, making money and dumping money into the stock market. It's just not going to work for me for life. At points I have to pull out. I also buy stocks. I punch in, dump some money, profits into ITC. I punch profits into where DJ has told us to buy these stocks and we are holding on to it. Do I have to average? I'll average it because I believe in DJ. And I'll buy those stocks blindly. So that's money management. How do you manage your money? How do you manage your profits? But technically, markets are not difficult at all. We make them difficult. We the retail. Not the FIs. We blame the FIs. We blame the DIs. We blame the HNIs. We blame Rakesh Junjunwala and all those guys. They're not to be blamed. We ourselves are to be blamed for not learning the market, not executing at the right place, not understanding what the markets are doing. Nobody else is to be blamed. आज DI ने buy किया है लेकिन FI ने 3,000 crore बेच दिया है. ये साले FIs क्या करते हैं? They're doing their job. You do yours. And the market will make you money. I put my money on it.
Can we check Vinyl India chart?
What is it? VINLY, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is it VINLY? There it is.
It has made a good run over the last few days.
Yeah, but
it's all-time high. There's nothing on the left.
It's at all-time high. It's a 52-week high. It's doing everything.
Yeah, it is nothing on the left, so I don't understand where to book. I had entered it at the right time around 240.
So
but
the first thing you want to identify, Dex, is what? Where are the highs and lows of it? This is a swing high. Where's the low? This is a swing high, right, Dex, up here? Where's the swing low?
240.
240.
Right around here. Let's say.
Yeah,
No, 213. Sorry.
Plot the Fibo. High and low. There you got your extensions on the higher side. Wait for it. 402. 402 is your first stop. Then it goes up to 518. That's all management. How do you manage your stock? How do you trail it? So your first target is at 400 zone. Will it get there? It's gonna get there for sure. Is it doing a pullback? A minor pullback? It's doing. It's coming back. It's gonna retest that high that it broke out, which is at 331. Let it retest it. It'll bounce up. It'll shoot up on the higher side. So hang on to it, Dax. It's gonna go up. At 400, you might want to take some off the table.
Okay.
The stock is fine.
Yeah, when there is nothing on the left to see, like resistance points, it becomes difficult to understand how it will go unless you know the fundamental.
Not the fundamental. See, Dax, you know me. I'm more of a technical guy, and I don't know anything about this company. इसका result क्या है, profit बना है, loss बना है. I don't know anything about this company, right? But on charts, I could say this will do a minor pullback around 330. Then it's going to shoot up and head towards 400. Simple. GE Shipping जब buy किया, I'm not going to go open the books. इसका fundamental क्या है, last year, last quarter, how much profits they make next year, उसका guidance क्या है, क्या profit बनाया गया. Well, by the time that the trade is long gone for me, I'm a trader, so I focus on my trading aspect.
Moreover, one more thing is that if a stock downside we can predict, because the most probably that stock can go to zero, but highs we can never predict. Like DJ Bhai also told recently that in Poshak he invested around 700 levels, but now it is at 9,000 levels. So top side no one can predict it.
Yeah. So what are markets actually? Markets are probabilities, right? If there was 100% guarantee, I think all of us would be Mukesh Ambani and Gautam Ambani and Bill Gates of the world. That's not going to happen. So market is about probability. A lot of people will focus on Warren Buffett. You know, Warren Buffett made his billions of dollars from stock market. Yeah, he did. He bought penny stocks and they worked out for him and he made tons of money. It was a different market back then. It's a different market.
The macros over during that time are different from the current market.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it worked for him during that time, but
Absolutely.
the same might not work during this time. And
Yeah.
even Benjamin macro also, which he has told earlier, that's not going to work now. And moreover, initially when they told look at the stocks which are doing 15 to 20% on an annual basis are going to create wealth. But these days they are not going to create wealth, because keeping inflation in mind, we cannot kind of get a decent return, because during that time the inflation is different and today's that inflation is different. So we cannot rely on old strategies for a newer generation.
Yes, a lot of people, then say that the Indian Warren Buffett is Rakesh Jhunjhunwala. He made his money for investment. No, wrong, absolutely wrong. Rakesh Jhunjhunwala made majority of his money from trading.
And moreover, he made most of the money somewhere around 1990s to 2000s, and he pumped that into cash. So that worked very well for him. But
Right
now
time.
if he's making,
He was at the right place at the right time. Same with Warren Buffett. He was at the right place, right time. You ask Warren
but if you
Buffett.
see in the last 10 years, RJ did not make any decent wealth creations in the last 10-15 years. If we say only the investments which he made in 1990s has fetched him.
Right. So every market is different. Every time, every era is going to be different. Right. So the next 10 years, can it be the same as the last 10 years? No, absolutely not. We don't know what the future holds. Right? Nobody knows. We pin it down to the probability, yeah, the next 10 years are going to be good for Indian markets. But is there a guarantee that somebody could say guaranteed 110%? No, we don't know if there's a nuclear war that breaks out tomorrow morning.
If that was the thing, no one would have expected Anil Ambani to go bankrupt 10 years before.
Well, I won't get into that, but it's all in the home. Everything happened at the home, so that's it. That's a long conversation. I have some different views about that.
Money churn from one buy to another buy.
दोनों cheaters है यार, रहने दो.
छोड़ दो.
उनको छोड़ो, वो दोनों cheaters है, घर में ही पैसा है, कहाँ ही नहीं रहा है. सिर्फ रिटेल को दू बनाया है उन लोगों ने.
When we are
that's their business mind. They dealt with it. They did it. They made money. We can't complain about it. We can't cry about it. That's part of investing, right? And
Can I know about Excite, sir?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Excite. The
Excite.
good result.
Yeah, it's good
results. Probability. Gone down very well from 200 down to it's 150.
It's good
We'll
results.
surely be to 180 by. No, only thing is we need close above that 165.
Yep.
We'll head to 180 soon.
It's down
Absolutely.
from.
Perfect.
Amar Raja has got some reason. Exide has got no reason to.
They
Amar
might be
Raja,
working.
fundamentally they had a glitch.
But
Whereas
they might be
Exide, they're
see these Exide companies. They might be working on those EV batteries, which
Yeah,
we are
yeah.
not aware of, and that might be the
Capital.
reason that Exide came up with a stellar. I mean, absolutely stellar numbers that it posted over the weekend.
Yeah, yeah. I think Monday it will be
So
shooting.
there's yeah, but here's the major problem it has. Look at that resistance zone it's coming into. So it might pop up and it might not sustain on the higher side, right? So don't change the gap up on this one. Don't change the
Don't.
gap on this one. 166, it should peter out,
Okay.
right? Not prudent to chase it on it. If you get a pullback, see, this is the consolidation it did just before the results came out. So somebody knew it. Absolutely, somebody knew it. They so hang on to that stock. Nice spike up, nice consolidation that happened. Then again pumped it up. Now the retail is going to try to chase it. I wouldn't suggest our members to go ahead and chase this stock on Monday. Wait for it. Wait for that pullback to happen. Let it cool down. It might take 2-3 days for it to cool down. Let it cool down. Right? And after that, if we see strength coming into the stock, we could go ahead and grab it. Not at this stage. It's too late. Right?
if it is going below 150, we have to avoid this basically because it will again head towards downtrend.
Right, so
Long.
150, 155 and 151. That's the zone because that would act as support now all of a sudden. Right? Oops, not that one.
Okay.
1 second. No post.
VLS Finance.
Which
VLS
one?
group.
DLF.
Yeah, VLS
VLS.
Finance. I am holding at 180.
We all are. Don't
Yeah,
worry.
fine.
Good thing DJ is not here today. Or is he?
He's there, but he's on mute.
Okay. DJ will be like, these guys are talking all about my stocks. They're not talking about the ones that gave 1 and 2x and 3x. They're talking about the ones that are falling.
We will come up tomorrow with the group with all his views.
VLS is fine. Good divergence happening here, right? Just matter of time it breaks out. Matter of time it breaks out again and shoots up. Now, if somebody
But
wants
in
to
order
add,
to
somebody wants to add on
to
to it, if it comes down for any odd reason, it comes down to around 125, 120 zone. Go ahead and add this stock, okay? Don't miss it. Don't miss to add this stock if it comes down to 120, 125. It shouldn't,
I think
but if it does.
But I think we need to track relax also, while tracking VLS level. Because the intrinsic value of the VLS depends on relax only.
Even that is consolidated. Look at the consolidation it's doing right now. Beautiful. 1052. And on the lower side, you get it around, for any dumb reason, 915.
How it is related? Relax VLS?
Sorry?
Because the reason is why DJ has given is that VLS Finance is good, holding good chunk of Relaxo shares. That's the reason.
Right.
So
Okay.
basically, they got invested into that, and they are basically a finance company. So
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
the reason we need to track Relaxo while tracking VLS Finance.
Okay, okay.
Okay, okay.
MTAR, please. Come down heavily, stuck.
Yeah. But nearly at support. I mean, here's the problem now. This I would get worried about it because
If you have a high candle.
Yeah, exactly. Very close to it, right? Hopefully it doesn't break down. Yeah, 1050. You don't want to see it break down below that. That's my opinion on it. Right now, I don't see anything. Consolidation, it's happening for good 10, 15 days, but it needs to break out. It needs to do a solid close. You'll need to close above this 1485, 1500. Only then it has a chance to go up. If it doesn't do that in the next, probably let's say 2 weeks, then this stock will get in trouble and breaking down. The problem with this one is that the promoters that keep on selling this stock, that's what the issue is about it. And recently I was listening to CNBC a couple of weeks ago, and that's where I heard it, that constantly the management is selling, and the CFO is saying that the management is not going to sell any further stakes. And every time he says that, the next time they come in, they sell that stock. So the management, for some reason, is exiting, yet the CFO is saying it's not going to happen again. So something's wrong with this stock. We don't know, but technically 1050, yes, I'm holding this stock on higher levels, but if it fails, I will exit this stock from 1050 if it falls.
One more thing is the stock is also follows a cyclicality nature by, because during budget time, these defense stocks, when they run, the stock has a tendency to run. So all we have to do is, but if you see in the month of Jan to March this year, just see that once.
Right. This is Jan.
Yeah, actually this Jan to March, it has fell down actually, if you see.
Right.
Normally, all the defense stocks runs in between December to February time, because based on budget, their allocations and their funds, basically they run. Despite of that, it has started falling. So we need to look at that once again, because this is basically a clean energy based stock, and Adani is moving very aggressively. Maybe this can fall into some kind of trouble.
Yeah. But this is what I see on the stock. Trend line is there. Not convinced with the trend line because the promoters are constantly selling into the stock. I'll be worried that once it breaks at 150, 1050, I'll be out of this stock. And I wouldn't hang on to say, let it come down to 900, let it fight its base around here. I'm not going to wait for it. I'll take that loss.
Huge loss.
Yeah, it is. But, rather than it going down to, let's say, 100 or below that, it would be better to exit at 1050.
Yeah, okay.
See, sometimes a stock would go negative on us and we would get stuck. It's one of those bad apples that we get it. That's part of our trading and investing. Not all of our apples are going to be, giving us fruits every single day. So one-offs, and we should live by that. But we have marked it, we have identified it, what to do with it. If it breaks down on below 1050, we exit. That's simple as that. Right? We're not going to wait for the management to come on board on CNBC or any other channel to say, okay, we're okay with it. We're not push it up. We're not doing this. We're not doing blah, blah, blah. We're not going to wait for them. We'll exit the damn thing. Right? This is technically. Fundamentally, they keep on saying, yeah, everything is fine. What are the results for this anyway? On end of this month, is it?
Yeah, August 14th.
Yeah, let's wait for the results and see how it works out, because the CFO clearly mentioned that the results are not going to get impacted based on what the promoters are selling. But to sell a good chunk out of this company, there's something wrong. I mean, the divergences, you could easily spot it here. Lows, then it's making low, but the RSI is making higher high. Again, it made a low, again, RSI made a higher high, but the stock is not moving out of its zone. That's the problem. It's just not moving out.
See, the news about BML since long time and it's coming down recently once again. BML has fallen from a high. Hello?
Yes, I'm listening. I'm looking at it. You got your BML.
I think 1 month back only there is disinvestment and or demerger or something is going on.
Yeah,
and the June month.
But this is not going to perform until it crosses that 1450 zone on the higher side. It's not a clean chart. Choppiness. It's failing to sustain its levels. Any close below 1100, then this stock could get in some serious trouble on the down.
600 in the next 600 only.
No, not 600, but this is where the focus is, because it's taking support and shot up. It's taking support. Now here's the problem that it's having. This is the zone it's having problems now. Until it closes on a weekly basis, until it closes above it on a weekly basis, above 1400, this stock is not going to go anywhere on the upside. Rather, more likely that it's going to hit on the downside. That's
Just by it is below Panchak low, and target would be 1210. Might be.
Right, so it's almost there. I mean, 5% on the downside, but it could get pretty ugly if it breaks at 1100. Right, if it breaks at 1100, it's going to get pretty ugly on this stock.
Because basically, if you see the last down one, which is at could you point the cursor towards 2021? This is not a support which it is showing. Yeah, the bottom which this bottom which it has made, it is not a support. It's just a normal gap fill. It can get into the tops which it had made in August time. So yeah, exactly.
So here.
Yeah, correct.
This is how we market. Right? This is how we market. So when it break down and it broke this support area, it fell. When it came back into that resistance here, then it broke out, then it came back into that. So it's following that channel. But now if it breaks below this, yeah, you easily get into this zone again. So easily you get into this zone again. And I don't see much on it. Like I said, 1100 on the downside. This could really get into some serious trouble. Let's see. I mean, I'm not holding this stock, right? If somebody's holding on to this stock, don't add on to it. Wait for it. Wait for some confirmation. If it closes on a weekly above 1400, then it has a good chance to move up around 1700. Other than that, I don't see it for now happening on this stock. I don't see it happening. Let's see.
One of the beaten is Zensar technology, beaten like anything.
Yeah, that even was making lows, 52-week lows. And these are these are IPO stocks, aren't they? Oh no, there's been
Zensar.
No, sorry. This is Zensar right here. Interesting. Wait a second. Another just a minor pullback if it does between 160 and 155, it should be fine. It won't fall. It should shoot up on the higher side. It will shoot up on the higher side. It just needs to do a little more pullback, doing nice consolidation here right now. And once it's taken out, it should head on the higher side. You're fine on with this one.
Bhai, can you please check Ambuja Cement once?
I think told out in the long half an hour.
Yeah, this look at the consolidation that it's going through. It's a slow poker. A lot of people hate this stock to trade into it. For delivery, you're fine. It's one of the worst stocks that you want to trade into it. One of my good friends not joined us today, but he would have spoken his mind about this guy. He had this stock the entire month of July. He bought it at the start of July. He didn't make a dime out of it, while the rest of the cement stock shot up. So he was pathetic on this one.
Like
Ambuja and ACC, it is better to avoid one. Basically, since that Adani wants to buy these both the companies and it is finalized, it is better to stay out of ACC and Ambuja.
Yeah, that would be prudent. But see, on ACC, you're not seeing this, right? We'll pull up ACC in a second. This is consolidating pretty nicely here. Let's see if you find the same thing on ACC. You won't. Not much there. It's just doing a recent breakout. It's not trying to pull up on the upside. Ambuja is still lingering behind it. So even though if Gautam Adani wants to buy this, somebody's going to punt these stocks on the higher side. Right? Somebody's going to punt them. I mean, if it's known, why would they give it to him cheap? If he wants to buy it and if he has billions of dollars sitting in his banks, let him buy it a little expensive. Why are the punters holding on to this stock? That would be my question on those stocks. Right? ACC is showing good sign. It's ready to break out on the high side. Let's see how much catch up it does this week. Ambuja, you know what? Nothing wrong to buy some delivery on this stock.
Similar to Sri Digvijay Cements, roof stock. Digvijay.
DIG on it, right?
You just Digvijay, it will come. See, it will not come.
Just
You put Digvijay come, it will come.
Okay.
Digvijay.
Why am I having trouble with these today? It's DIJ or DIG?
DIG.
DIG VIJ.
No, there it is.
Horribly column like anything.
It should be fine going on the upside. It shouldn't follow much on the lower side. If anything, might do some pullback around 60 or 58. Other than that, it shouldn't fall further from here. This should be fine.
By Shree Cements, please check the I mean, the lower levels which it can fall.
Very bad results, no?
It should be factored in.
It's factored in. The results are not bad. The results are bad in a sense because the cost of crude shot up for them. That's all. For that's happening for all the cement stocks, isn't it?
If it is fallen to the lowest, it's a very good stock to catch.
Yeah. Just watch out on cement, the high and low of this candle. Okay.
But please see Fibonacci. I think that this point will come as 0.3, I think.
Yeah, so eventually if you get it around 19,500 on this stock, probably in the next day or two, go ahead and buy this. Buy it. Don't worry about it. It's not gonna fall down to 18,000 or go below that. Right? This is this would be a very good place to enter that stock right here. Around 19,500, 19,600, you should be fine.
Got it.
The moment it breaks out the highs of this candle, which is at 21,700, assuming 21,700 of this candle, once it breaks out from this will have a massive run on the upside. DJ knows about these candles, and hopefully I'll try to explain candles next time that we get together on next month on a Sunday. What are the importance of these candles, right? And I love this candle actually. I would wait for the break for this. And once it breaks on the higher side, I'll load up on this stock. Because I know what is the potential it has of this candle. It'll shoot up beautifully way up there. Yeah, so easily we're looking at 4,000 or 5,000 points once it closes about 21,600. Is it going to happen in a single month? I don't know. Can it happen in 2 months? I don't know. But I'll ride for that target of 26,000 or change. Once it crosses that 21,700, Just
Yeah.
based on this candle, I love this candle. So if it does a pullback and if it comes down to 19,500, I'll buy it on.
Dream buy.
I'll buy it. I'll buy it in futures as well. I'll update. I'll keep this on my scanner. I'll update the once I enter this stock.
Because it's looking for a lot of potential, and moreover, from the highs, it has fallen for more than 40 to 50%.
But which stock hasn't fallen 40-50% besides Reliance, right?
I mean, this in this cement sector, especially.
Fine. I mean, which one hasn't fallen? That's the point, right? India Cement. So what's the high? 257. What's the low? 150, 140, right? ACC. What's the high? 2,600. The low it made 1,800. In comparison, yeah, a little more than in comparison, but all of them have fallen. It's not like none of them have not fallen. Grasim, 1,900, low made 1,300.
1,300.
I'd say all of the majority of the stocks in your
No,
portfolio.
among cement, it has fallen heavily.
Which one?
Among cement, Sri has fallen heavily. It has come to around 1,800 below or something, no? 18,000.
What was the name of it?
Hello?
What was the name of that stock?
I think he is referring to Sri Cements only, but
Sri Cements only.
Because Sri Cements went to a low of somewhere around 17,000, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, others fell by 30 to 40%, but Sri Cements fell by 50%. That's what.
But it's fine. I mean, on the overall trend, good company. It's there. I mean, this is what I see right now. If I get 19,400, 500, I'll go for that August series and let's see if it happens in a day or two. If not, this week, when it comes in, we'll load up on it. And I'll wait for this breakout to happen. And I'm pretty confident this will be taken out soon. This high of the candle will be taken out. It'll shoot up. I'm very confident.
Can we track this candle on 5-minute chart? This daily candle?
No. You lower your time frame. That's what you could do.
Minutes.
I mean, you
No,
know
just
your
to
time frame.
see.
You can see. We marked it off our daily, right? Because of this candle right here. This on a Thursday that it did that after the results high and low. You could mark out the highs and lows of that. You're fine. You could track it on 5 minutes. Nothing wrong. It's not going to change the levels, right? At 21,665 or on the lower side. It's not going to change that. So you could track that easily. Nothing wrong with tracking that on 5 minutes for your entry points. But all you have to do is just set an alert on your whichever platform that you're using. Set the alert for 21,700 and set the alert on the lower side for 19,500. Till then, don't look at that stock. Let it do whatever it wants to. We have identified our zone. Either it breaks out about 21,700, we buy it, or if it comes to around 19,500, we buy it. Right? I'll set the alerts on my system and I'll update you guys when it gets triggered. Till then, don't look at it. Let it do whatever it wants to. If it made 1% on the higher side or you missed it, oh, who cares? We wait for the bulk of it, let it come to us. If I have to draw a fib on it, swing highs and lows, here it is. Come on. Practically sitting at that 0.3, right? So if it doesn't come down here, I'll wait for that breakout to happen and I'll load up on this stock. DJ को खुश कर देंगे हम. Voice को बोल दूंगा, load up. And then there's no such thing as.
I think he has loaded up around 19,670 lastly.
Fine, I mean, just.
Another dump stock
it's very
CMC.
difficult.
No, he has not loaded up because
Just 2 days back, he has told he will load somewhere around 19,670.
So it's
No, no,
very
I'm
difficult.
talking.
It's very difficult to manage a stock just ahead of the results, and when the results come out, it does its move on the upside, on the downside, and we're on the opposite side of the trade. We get a little bit disappointed. You know what? Wait for the results to happen, then take the trade. How about that? Unless DJ mentions it, unless DJ sees something, he'll mention it. Remember, guys, he mentioned clearly on Bajaj Finance that this thing is going to fire up like anything. I don't know if you guys remember. He posted.
I loaded up at 5,720 by.
Wow.
He mentioned it in
Quite
our group, right? That this thing is going to fire up like anything, and it did.
But only thing is the hedge went in a different way. That's the reason, because the 600, I initially shorted 6,100 call option for July, and then I have rolled it to 6,400 call option of August, and both of them got stopped out. Finally, in futures, I have made decent, but only thing is that it got dumped very well.
That happens, but overall, you made good money out of it, right?
Yeah. Because of the hedge, my capital is safe basically.
Yeah. See, the way I like to take a hedge on my trade, for example, if I have to take C Cements is a bad example because the liquidity is not there on that stock. But if I have to take, once it moves out from that 21,665, I'm not going to immediately jump in and say, well, let me go ahead and sell that CE. No, I'll let him pop up, 2-3% on the higher side. Then I'll think about taking that hedge as a CE short on higher side. I mean, what am I going to do if it moves up 1%, sell CE? And
I understood the logic when you
told
for Bajaj Finance.
Right, so you have to let it move up. I mean, I got in at 6070, and I took my hedge around 62.35 or 40.
62.50, I think you have.
Right around there, I took that hedge, right? So I'm pretty okay with that. A good, 2-3% on our side, higher side. I'm safe on it now. Even if it falls or whatever it does, okay, we could manage that. We could make money. My profits are locked. That's for sure. Right?
Basically, capital is safe.
Exactly. Your capital is safe. You have a peace of mind when you go to sleep at night. Everything's okay. You don't have to look at that SGX while sleeping at 10 o'clock. You wake up in the middle of the night. Oh my God, is Dow falling? Oh, is SGX up? You don't have to worry about all that. You're safe on both sides. If it falls, your CE goes into work. If it shoots up, your CE is not gonna, go significantly out of your hand that you cannot manage. Why? Because the futures that you have bought, they're gonna.
The ITM option increase will be equal to the futures price, so nothing will be lost.
Right. Just don't carry naked positions overnight. That's a no-no. Yeah, unless you want to burn your fingers, I mean, it's up to you guys. But I don't carry open positions overnight. Unless extremely, if I find some things that I just want to go naked and I want to take that risk. But that doesn't happen almost every day. Anything else, guys?
HDFC AMC.
HDFC AMC. Wouldn't it be funny that all the HDFC stocks start moving up now? Your HDFC, HDFC Bank, your HDFC AMC, HDFC Life. Don't you think all of them should start moving up all over in one go now? Here's your resistance on it, your temporary resistance at 2025. Then you follow your fibs. Which is practically near, hovering around that 0.3. So pullbacks add, wait for that again, it's up there, but this is a negative candle closing above your 0.3. If you want to take that trade, but you have to keep your strict stop loss just below that fib 1927. You give it 20 points, I guess. 1900 will be fine on your stop loss on this. But this should do well as well. Your daily RSIs might be looking overbought, but this is where the crutch is. right? This is where it is. Your daily could just shoot up. Even if you look on your Nifty, you might say, well, I'm not going to buy Nifty because it's about to hit that overbought zone on the higher side. But when you look at your weekly, you might say, wait a minute, the whole scenario is different. So your daily, it might look a little stretched, but on a pullback, you want to go ahead and add on to it and go ahead and shoot for that higher side. So 2165 would be the ultimate target for this month. About 2025 on a closing basis, it'll do that on 2165 on it, right? So if you look at,
I think DJB is asking for LTTS and Adani Wilmar. I think he's only listening. No, DJ Bro has typed in the chat.
Just 1 second.
Here,
Look at,
LTT.
yeah, we'll look at it in a second. So this is the explanation on daily RSI, right? Your daily RSI on Nifty, it's already shot up there. So it's stretching above that overbought zone. Now, if I change this, the parameters on RSI from 70 to, let's say, 80. Now, is it overbought? It still has room to go, isn't it? Then if I change that 80 to a 90 or 100, right? So it has room. So it's a set rule that, you want to track RSI on your weekly is much better, because look at where RSI on weekly is. It's just a nudge above that 50 on a weekly. So it has room to go up on the upside. There's no question on that. This is your higher time frame. Now, if you look at a monthly time frame, you might see a little different. It's very close to bouncing off that 50 and it's making that U-turn. So which one is more reliable? Your weekly, daily, or your monthly? Your weeklies are much reliable on your RSIs. Okay. So a little bit stretched on your daily, but nothing to be worried about. And it still has room to go up on the higher side. Let's look at the Wilmer Gold, AWL. DJ, this is all it needs to do is right here. Just close this thing above it. We'll work on it on this on Monday. This will go nuts about 660, 770. And this is your swing high and low. It's about that 0.30, about that 603 to 721 and above. Then there's no stopping this guy. Then it'll shoot up like anything, DJ. Just that minor hurdle that would come around on this candle at 768. But once it gets into that momentum and the rhythm part of it, it's going to take that 768 out as well. So this should be fine. LTTS. Easily it's going to go up, DJ. There's nothing to worry about it. See, the levels that I post on intraday, DJ, those are just for intraday. They're not meant to hurt anybody. So it stopped at 24 on Thursday. Then it shot up. It just gapped up above it and it just shot up, right? So 36.35, DJ, that's the one that you want to watch out for. I know you're holding the stock in futures. Once it hits that, book out once, because it'll do a minor pullback. Re-enter that stock into it again. For now, just hang on to it. It's going to cross it. This is what I want to see it closing at. And then it will take off like anything. A close above 38.35, then this boy would fly like anything, and super speed will pick up. Again, somebody had mentioned, the stocks have fallen 40–50%. Here's the same scenario: 6,000, 3,000, 50% gone. So majority of the stocks have, right? So many of the stocks have done that 40–50% on the downside. But once they pick up these momentums, these stocks will fly like anything. So DJ is fine holding on to this stock. We'll see on Monday how it reacts at 36.35. If there's a rejection there, DJ, then just exit out. We'll wait for that pullback to happen. And again, it'd be a good place to re-enter would be 33.80. Right? I'll keep a track on this one as well, DJ. So any other stocks, guys, you want to look at?
Please check by Premier Poly.
Wait for that close to happen above 105. Once it closes up, excuse me, above 105, they'll shoot up. They'll shoot up nicely on the higher side. On the downside, if for any dumb reason it gets there around 85, 86, go ahead and add on to this stock. Right, 85, 86, go ahead and add on to it. You should be fine. A better one would be if you're still holding it, better to add on once it crosses above 105. But if you get it around 85, 86, yeah, you should be fine. Add on to it. Nothing wrong with that stock. See, majority of the stocks have fallen because the markets were in a bad condition, and that's how they've fallen. But if you look at recent 52-week highs, you'll be surprised. TVS, Bajaj, not Bajaj Finance, but Siemens, ABB, all these guys are firing like anything. Right? Even PVR. Right? Even PVR. Look at PVR.
Yeah.
We don't know what the turnaround is in that company, but lockdown period of 2 years, they didn't make anything, and yet they're posting good results, and the stock's doing a 52-week high. There's something cooking in there, isn't it? They're changing their business model, or maybe they're expecting good movies to be released, and they're expecting very good revenues to happen. Whatever the case, I mean, PVR is just shooting up on the higher side. Who expected? Right? Who expected? Go ahead.
Mahindra and Mahindra.
Yeah.
There is a news based, no, 1 lakh booking in 30 minutes and 25,000 in 1 win.
Yeah, how many will get?
I think that is factored in.
But wait a minute, how many will get converted into the actual sales? That's what we have to see. I mean, I respect Anand Mahindra. I respect the way he handles his companies. Good thing he does good things for people. I respect that, but sometimes I have that doubt when you on that Twitter thing and you manipulating through Twitter. I don't like that. That's something like what Elon does. Not nice. I mean, we have to see how many actually get converted into that. That's 18,000 crores of rupees in 30 minutes. And yet Indians are crying about inflation is high. Go figure. But the stock is doing pretty well. Last couple of years, not last year, a couple of months ago, well, last year in October, one of my cousins asked me, Jigs, I'm holding on M&M. What do I do? I said, hold on to it. It's going to hit 1,500. That's in October last year, right? So August, September, October, somewhere around here. When it was around 900, I told him it's going to hit 1,500. Stock is looking pretty well. Even if you look at the higher swing points over this and this, which it did not violate in a long time, it consolidated and it's breaking out. So if you even measured that out, I mean, this is going to fly. Forget about what it's going to, based on the 1 lakh bookings that it did, forget about that. Right?
It's only booking.
It's only bookings, yeah, but the markets knew something before that, right? So there's some changes happening, and that's why M&M is firing up there. It's at an all-time high. Forget 52-week highs, that's all-time high. Right? So there's some change. Smart money is chasing this stock. So is it going to go higher? Definitely it's going to go higher. Not because of the bookings that he did. I mean, you might have just because of bookings, people might jump in and those punters might pull it down a little bit. That's fine. Right? You might come back and retest that 1,000. That's fine. Not a big deal. But long term, it's going up there. It's going to shoot up higher. There's no question on that. Easily, it's going to shoot up there. 1460, 1500. It's going to get there. Any pullbacks that you get onto this 1060, 1050 will be a good place to take a long trade on this one.
That's the level I sold.
That's okay. See, never regret what you sold. Just move on. Forget about it. If it goes up another 700 points
Kept
from
for
here on,
years. Kept for years.
That's okay. That's okay. It's okay. It happens. It's not the end of the world, right?
That bottom of 300, 5 years or 10 years, 7 years back, no?
I'll tell you what, I bought MRF in 2007 because of what happened of the market crash. I had to sell off my assets, right? I mean, my stocks. I had to sell that off. And we'll look at MRF 2007, just to let you know what's going on. You don't regret about it. You just move on. So 2006, 7, somewhere around here, right? We'll say somewhere around here. Had it at around 4,500. Would I have held on to it until it went up there, here, all the way up here? Heck no. Did I buy it for investment? I did, but I would have sold it off somewhere, 10,000 or probably 15,000. I would have exited that stock. Do I regret it not holding it? Absolutely not. What am I going to regret about it? I don't have it. Why should I look at it? Whoopie-doo, that happened.
And I sold it recently. After that, it's maybe 15.
That's a myth. A lot of people think that after I sell it, the stock moves up and they're watching me. No, nobody's doing that. It's just what we're not visualizing on what's on charts, what's happening. Yeah. On ACC, what we saw that 2200 was an area that it's having trouble in. Now it's breaking out. Why did it cost that 2200? Why did it just fell? It didn't. But it was having its trouble at 2200. Now it's breaking out. Now can we latch onto this stock and move it higher? Yes, we can. Now it has the potential to move up on the higher side. So it's not because we exited or we are the bad omen of it. No, it doesn't work like that. हमारा mindset negative नहीं करना चाहिए. Right? Don't think like that because of us.
Yeah.
If that was the case,
here,
if that was the case, we all bought Bajaj Finance. Why did it shot up 20% in a very small period of time? Right? So it doesn't work like that. Which one you want to see?
Tata Motors, right? Because beyond 460 is looking like a breakout for me. I just wanted to confirm with you once.
444 coming out.
Yeah, it needs to close above 470, not before that. Will it do it? It will do it. It's going to do it. Right?
Yeah. Because based on the Thursday's candle vibe, just see one Thursday's candle.
Yeah.
It's a promising candle.
It's not the same one that I showed on.
No, it's a different one. This is a different one.
This is different in a sense. It's a different one. Yeah, I could understand what you're trying to show, but these are the ones.
One is different from this one.
Yeah, you want to focus on these types of candles, though, right? Here's another one that you want to focus on. These are flat dojis, right? So what happens on a candle as such as this? Your open and your close is pretty much the same. The open was 428 and the close is at 428. I love these candles, but at a certain point, not in between of a swing. I love them when they're at the lows. I love these candles.
Yeah.
I'll show you why. ये candle देखो, ये candle देखो, ये candle. But ये candle has swing low नहीं है. Got you.
And there is one candle at June also. Right?
This candle is at swing low. This candle is at swing low. Watch. Right?
No. There is another candle at June. Exactly on June, if you place the left one, the doji one.
It's at higher side, but it's not at swing high or swing low. It's in between. Your swing high is here. Your swing low is down here or down here. It's in between. So this candle also happened in between. You want to see that either swing lows or swing highs. Here's your swing low point. Here's your swing low point. Look at those candles, right? So when you see, I call them dojis, you can name them whatever you like. And sometimes I call this candle an elephant. It doesn't have a meaning out there, but I like to name them my way. Your dojis, you want to see these spinners either at the lows or the highs. And you want to take those trades, and they work beautifully. Does that mean that I took this trade over here and I'm hanging on to it? No, not at all. I'm short here and I'm stuck.
You're shorted there.
I'm short here. I'm short here. I did short on Friday. I have
But
carried
you
my
have closed it not trade now, right?
No, a fresh trade I took, yes, on Friday.
During closing.
No, not during closing. I took it, forgot the level, 17,038 or something like that. I took it at.
I think 17050. I think 17040. I think you told you will take a short trade there.
Yeah. So if 17,200 gets rejected Monday morning, unless they pop it way above open it, only then I might say, you know what, I might have to take an exit on that short trade. But if it doesn't open above 17,200, I'll carry my short trade. Right. This is to show you guys that I am not 100% right at all times. I go wrong. Am I holding this in a
But
negative
it's about
cycle?
it. It's about adjusting the trade at the end of the day.
I'll manage it. I'll manage it. If something goes wrong, I'll manage it. I know what to do based on my position. I know what to do if it goes against me. I know what I'll have to do to adjust that. And I might take some loss.
It's not about being right or wrong. It's finally about adjusting the positions at the end of the day.
There are times I have to adjust my positions. There's nothing wrong in that. So I went wrong in my view that, I expected Friday itself that the market's not going to move up any further, but it did. Right? But I haven't taken my stop loss on it yet. 17,200 is my stop loss. If it opens above that, I get in trouble. But if it doesn't open above that, I'm fine. I'll manage it.
Super.
Yeah. So we'll cut the session. We'll stop it here for the day. I think we had good 4 hours. Hopefully, my vision is that I'll speak on behalf of DJ. The more you guys practice, the more you put in your time into these markets on your charts, you'll learn a lot. We are here to help you and we'll support you as much as we can. I'm there for technically, DJ is there for fundamental. There's no question on that, right? We are both there to help you guys out as much as we can. And if anybody needs learning materials, ping me on Telegram at jigs999. I'll be more than glad to provide you the materials with it. And let's catch up end of this month, August, on a Sunday. And let's see how much you guys learn. And we like to see some participation happening from the learnings of it. That will actually make you guys better as a trader. If there's anything else I could do during the week, ping me. I'm there to help you guys. All right.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Jigsbhai. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Jigsbhai.
This has been recorded, so it's going to take a little time to convert this recording. Once it gets converted, I'll post it into our WhatsApp group. Okay. If the file is too large, and WhatsApp does not allow us to post it into the group, I'll post it into the Telegram group to one of the boys, and you guys could get it from there, I guess. We'll do something about it. Let me just get it converted for see how large the file is, because it's been good 4 hours that we've been recording. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Have a wonderful evening, and catch you into the group tomorrow.
That's stock coming big by.
Thank you very much.
Take care, guys.
Thanks,
Bye.
Jigsbhai.
Wonderful time we had.
Yep.
Have a good week. Bye.
Haru